Welcome to Assisi. This is Economy of Francesco.
Francesco Economy, how you feeling?
Hi everyone!
I'm Raquel,
And I'm Eduardo.
and we're part of NIATO, an international impact entertainment collective. Our members are going to be joining you all week to bring you music.
That's right.
This song is a reminder for us all to stay in action. Who's gonna sing the song of change? No one can imagine life outside the beaten track. Who's gonna stop a running train? No one cares to dwell and no one wants to look back. Somewhere along the line you gave up asking when it got a little too complex. If you don't question what has been, does it mean that you don't care what's coming next? If you got no one to follow and no one will follow you, ain't that a relief? That everything and everyone must grow in opposition to resistance and contradiction. Ain't no time to go to sleep. 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 Ain't no time to go to sleep.
Hello guys! We have been looking forward to this meeting for a long time. Perhaps it is not the way we want it to be, but we are here. Ahlan wa sahlan. My name is Mohammed Amin. I'm from Algeria.
Bienvenidos. Soy Catalina de Ecuador.
Mabuhay. I'm Jenna from the Philippines.
We are here in the chapel of Frati Ilia of the Basilica of St. Francis of Assisi. Thank you, friars, for the Sacro Convento, for your warm welcome and hospitality. The first word today is joy. The joy of being together in these 3 days that will feature the 2,000 young people who have been working for the Economy of Francesco. A special thanks to Eduardo and Raquel for this wonderful song. Thank you and welcome to all of you.
That allows me to meet those who are learning today and are starting to study and practice a new economy.
That was May 2019. With these words, Pope Francis began his letter to the young economists and entrepreneurs of the world. And we had accepted the shared commitment to reanimate the economy. In March, we were ready to leave our countries and meet in Assisi, the city of San Francis, the other Francesco who has called us and united us.
Then, we understood the gravity of this global pandemic. The event was postponed to November. Meanwhile, COVID has changed our lives. But today, we are here. We still are moved, recalling some images from the last March. On the 24th, Assisi was deserted, silent, and covered with snow, a rare occurrence. On March 27, our televisions showed us an empty St. Peter's Square, with the Pope there alone, praying for us, praying for all humanity.
But we didn't stop. We couldn't. After that, we began working together, convinced that even more than yesterday, the world awaits a new economy. It was difficult, sometimes very difficult, to work without ever having met one another in person. But above all of this, it was a fantastic experience. Thank you for having worked in these 12 villages. Thanks for your proposals, your ideas, but above all, thank you for being there. Because the first economy of Francesco is the young people. It's you, it's us. These months have already generated the Economy of Francesco that we will get to know in these 3 days.
We have prepared a special program together with you, your stories and idols, to enjoy being together and celebrate the fellowship that has already begun. Among us. There will be days of reflection, sharing, planning, and building. While we celebrate these days, many people are sick. We know the world is suffering a global crisis. We want to live these days, especially alongside the sick. We are doing the Economy of Francesco, also and above all for them. But now, let's introduce ourselves to those who still don't know us.
Cari giovani,
give some inspiration to move towards a post-COVID better world.
How we creatively build new economic structures that respect the planet and human dignity.
How actually finance can contribute to the value creation processes.
It is so incredible to see so many faces on this video. A special thanks to Lourdes from Guatemala, who has kept herself busy in all these months in posting on our social media platforms with so many beautiful videos and posts. Sorry. We are all here. I'm here to read your comments and to interact with you guys. So don't hesitate to chat us on our YouTube channel, as well as on our social media platforms. And don't forget to use our hashtags EOF 2020 or Francesco Economy. So we are all here on the front line of this event, everyone from all over the world, including Sohan from Sri Lanka. Hi guys, are you there?
Hi everybody. I'm Sohan. I'm from Francesco Bay, Sri Lanka. And I'm joined by my friends, my young entrepreneurs, change makers, and students from our parish. We're also joined by our parish priest. Inspired by the Economy of Francesco and Laudato Si, we are on a mission to bring the care for our common home into Sri Lanka. So really look forward to this journey. And from all of us here, I go on.
Great, guys, thanks. And from Sri Lanka, we go to Croatia, to Ingrid and Antonia. They too have organized an EOF hub, which are the participation points in all over the world. How are you guys?
Ciao a tutti. Centinaia di persone sia qua presenti nella sala sia online ed ecco il nostro gruppo.
So, we've divided our program into 3 parts. Today, we had spiritual and theological parts. Tomorrow, our guests will be Prefect and scientific community. And on Saturday, we'll prepare ourselves for our marathon and we'll guest entrepreneur leaders from great companies here in Croatia.
Pozdrav svima, radosno je sudjelovati s vama i radujemo se ovom događaju ova 3 dana. Pozdrav svima.
Ciao.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, guys. And back to you, Amin.
Thank you, Jenna. The economy of Francesco is an economy which assigns a central role to people, to everyone. However, the economy of Francesco, in the economy of Francesco, some people come first. We are proud to give the floor first to our great friends from ATD Fourth World. Listen to the cry, the poorest, in order to transform the earth. Is that message? Let's listen to them.
Bonjour à vous toutes et tous, jeunes économistes, entrepreneurs, venus du monde entier à l'appel du pape François pour réfléchir à une économie qui respecte la dignité de tous les hommes et la dignité de la Terre. Merci de nous donner l'occasion de vous adresser un message de la part des jeunes qui vivent dans la pauvreté et se battent contre elle. Nous détenons un savoir qu'on aimerait partager et mettre à profit pour bâtir le monde de demain. Nous sommes conscients que le travail peut avoir des bénéfices économiques, physiques, psychologiques et sociaux. Cependant, dans nos sociétés actuelles, nous, les jeunes du quart-monde, sommes souvent exclus de ces avantages au quotidien. Dès l'enfance, nous sommes comparés les uns aux autres et mis en compétition, n'étant pas tous outillés de la même manière, les inégalités sont renforcées. Dans le monde du travail, cela continue. À l'embauche, nous sommes mis en concurrence avec d'autres, d'une part par nos diplômes et expériences, et d'autre part parce que nous sommes. On nous demande des diplômes auxquels on a peu accès, des expériences trop élevées et l'on souffre souvent de discrimination, origine sociale, appartenance ethnique, etc. Nous souhaitons vous proposer quelques pistes de réflexion. Selon nous, il est impératif de remettre l'humain et la planète au centre. Partir de l'humain et s'écarter d'une logique uniquement basée sur le profit pour prendre le temps de former les jeunes, aller réellement à la rencontre des employés, contribuer au bien-être dans l'entreprise. De laisser une chance à chacune et chacun, sans laisser personne sur le bord du chemin. C'est pourquoi nous agissons. Nous participons à des expérimentations concrètes qui permettent aux personnes les plus isolées du monde du travail de retrouver du sens et de la valorisation par l'emploi en partant de leurs compétences. C'est l'objectif de territoire zéro chômeur de longue durée, mis en place depuis 2016 dans différents territoires de France. Accompagnant les personnes les exclues du monde professionnel, il vise à les réintégrer à travers des activités non concurrentielles, souvent abandonnées par les entreprises privées. C'est en réfléchissant ensemble et en nous associant pour que nous partagions nos idées et expériences de vie que nous arriverons à créer un monde meilleur. Et si nous le faisons ici, en Europe, nous le ferons aussi ailleurs dans le monde, et notamment en Afrique.
Dans cette période de profonds bouleversements climatiques, les familles les plus pauvres sont les plus touchées. Elles sont obligées de s'installer dans des lieux instables, pollués et dangereux, sujets à des éboulements de plus en plus fréquents, d'inondations causées par de fortes pluies. La richesse naturelle de nos pays crée nos malheurs. Elle attire des puissances sans scrupule, provoquant ainsi la corruption, les pillages, l'exploitation des faibles, les guerres. Tous ces crimes accélèrent les déséquilibres des écosystèmes et provoquent les désastres. Le coronavirus fragilise encore davantage les personnes pauvres qui doivent déjà faire face au quotidien à des défis énormes pour leur survie. Si la pandémie au niveau sanitaire n'a pas affecté autant qu'en Europe les populations de notre continent, on peut dire que les personnes pauvres ont été les premières à être victimes de ces conséquences économiques et sociales. Elle a mis en cause une fois en lumière les inégalités intolérables et souligné la nécessité d'un système de protection sociale pour tous. Durant ces moments d'instabilité, les services de base comme les écoles et les institutions de santé ne fonctionnent pas normalement ou ils cessent carrément de fonctionner. Les structures communautaires et familiales sont détruites. La vie des familles pauvres est un perpétuel recommencement face à ces crises de toute nature dont elles ne sont pas responsables et sur lesquelles elles ont peu de prise. Mises à l'écart de tout lieu de décision, oubliées, pour vivre, elles doivent accepter les activités dangereuses et mal payées, sans aucune protection contre les maladies, les accidents et occasionnant une usure précoce du corps. Elles se contentent d'une alimentation bon marché et plus souvent nocive. Elles survivent grâce à leur courage et à la solidarité entre elles. Beaucoup de parents, surtout les mères, s'en donnent à l'activité de portefeuille et travaillent éreintant. Et quand elles tombent malades, c'est toute la famille qui vacille. Leur espérance de vie diminue chaque jour. Certaines femmes se quittent toute la journée pour vendre des petits poissons, même jusqu'au soir. Malgré les conditions extrêmes difficiles, elles s'adaptent, s'acharnent, résistent et essaient de garder la tête haute. Les enfants de ces familles souffrent beaucoup. Certains d'entre eux ne sont pas scolarisés. Ils décident d'abandonner l'école pour aller soutenir leurs parents dans leurs activités informelles de leur survie. Vendre des sachets, de l'eau, des beignets. Ils travaillent au restaurant et au dépotoir. Et d'autres font des travaux très lourds tels que les bétonnages. La misère serait-elle alors une fatalité? Nous ne le croyons pas, comme disait le père Joseph Francesco. La misère est l'œuvre des hommes, seuls les hommes peuvent la détruire.
Per combattere l'ingiustizia dell'estrema povertà è necessario mettere insieme le persone che la vivono ogni giorno e che la conoscono per esperienza diretta. Gli alleati, i cosiddetti alleati, ovvero coloro i quali cercano di cambiare la società nel loro ambito professionale, culturale, sociale, e i volontari permanenti di cui vorrei parlarvi. E diversi anni fa ho scelto di lavorare per ATD Quarto Mondo. In realtà si tratta di molto più che un lavoro, una vera e propria scelta di vita, in coesione, in coerenza con i miei valori e con i miei ideali. Attraverso volontariato permanente ho scelto di contribuire a una società più giusta, dove il rispetto per gli esseri umani e le risorse limitate della terra sono le fondamenta di un vivere insieme dove nessuno è escluso. In un mondo della sovrapproduzione, dello sfruttamento del lavoro umano, degli animali e delle risorse della terra, in cui l'essere umano crea i problemi e cerca di risolverli, senza rimettere mai in discussione la causa dei problemi, la scelta di una vita sobria attraverso volontariato permanente rompe con una visione carrieristica del lavoro, del profitto, della proprietà, rivendicando un altro mondo possibile, più vivibile, costruito a partire dalle realtà delle persone che vivono la precarietà. I volontari permanenti di ATD Quarto Mondo, di circa 40 nazionalità diverse, percepiscono tutti lo stesso stipendio. La scelta di una vita semplice si avvicina molto all'idea di decrescita felice, poiché il consumo eccessivo ha delle conseguenze drastiche per il pianeta e l'accumulo di ricchezza crea disuguaglianze. Ma i membri del nostro movimento non sono solo donne e uomini d'azione, ma anche di riflessione. Sono tanti infatti gli spazi che favoriscono l'intelligenza collettiva, in cui abbiamo la possibilità di pensare, di dialogare su ciò che le persone che vivono la povertà vivono. E numerose sono le ricerche scientifiche che sono condotte con le persone che vivono l'estrema povertà, che sono ricercatrici allo stesso livello degli altri ricercatori e ricercatrici, in quanto detentrici di un sapere legato alla loro esperienza di vita. Noi tutte e tutte, riuniti qui oggi in nome dell'Economia di Francesco, le persone che vivono l'estrema povertà ci aspettano nei luoghi più sconosciuti e isolati per costruire nuovi percorsi diversi, per costruire il mondo di domani dove nessuno sarà escluso.
That's awesome. Thank you, guys. You are with us. As you know, the organization of the Economy of Francesco was entrusted to an organizing committee composed of the Diocese of Assisi, the Seraphic Institute, and the Municipality of Assisi, the Economy of Communion, and with the support on behalf of the Holy See, the Dicastery, for promoting integral human development. Now, let's welcome the president of the committee, the Bishop of Assisi, Domenico Sorrentino. A special thanks to him for following and accompanying the work of these months. Good afternoon. We are so grateful to have you among us.
Thank you. Most High, all-powerful, good Lord, yours are the praises, the glory and the honor, and all blessing. Praised be you, my Lord, with all your creatures, especially Sir Brother Sun, who is today, and through whom you give us light. And he is beautiful and radiant with great splendor, and bears a likeness of you, Most High One. I greet you all, dear young people, with this invitation to praise God, which opens the canticle of Brother Sun. Francis had composed it in the green surroundings of San Damiano under the gaze of Clare. Those verses and those notes would console his final days in the month that he spent in the bishop's home of Assisi before going down to die at Portiuncola. In that same bishop's home, 20 years earlier, he had sung, so to speak, the prelude of the canticle, stripping himself of everything for God. To this Assisi you are most welcome, where the gospel of Jesus, through Francis, naked out of love, has expressed all of its transforming power, affecting even the economy. I wish to express my thanks to God above all, and then to those who in these 2 years have given their contribution of generosity, commitment, and fidelity without growing discouraged before the great trial of the pandemic, but turning it rather into a stimulus to move forward. Thank you to Pope Francis for this intuition. His final message will be for us a task to be carried forward. Thank you to Cardinal Turkson, who was scheduled to speak just before me for technical problems. He will do it after. Who will be here with all the authority of his role. Thank you to Professor Bruni, to the other members of the organizing committee, to the partners, to the supporters. Thank you to all who, in the humility of service, make this event possible. Thank you to all of you who have continued to work and are now connected. Spiritually, I welcome you just as my predecessor Guido welcomed the young Francis 800 years ago in the famous judgment that led to his stripping. That judgment had to do with fundamental values which concern the meaning of life in general, but which also bear closely on the economy. In fact, the object of the dispute was money. The father, Pietro Bernardone, had made of money an idol. Francis understood that money is only an instrument. As such, it serves to build a beautiful economy, rich in meaning and gifts, which cannot exclude anyone, but on the contrary, must aim at the good of all and above all of the least ones. When he returns it to his father, together with the clothes, he writes with his nakedness the manifesto of an alternative economy. He was a genuine change maker, an economist without realizing it. He was the economist that all of you young people aspire to become in this school of the economy of Francis. It's beautiful for me to think that, faced with the choice of Francis, the bishop covered him with his cloak. It was the encounter between the enthusiasm of the young men and the wisdom of the elder. It was the encounter between institution and charism. It was for both a listening to the Spirit of God who wished to inaugurate a new story. Ideally, I place that cloak upon you all. May it be a blessing. May the Lord grant you also to be protagonists of a new story of beauty and goodness. This world of ours, shaken by the pandemic and so many other miseries and contradictions, needs it more than ever. And so, with Francis, I say to you once more, wishing you a good meeting, praise and bless my Lord, and give him thanks and serve him with great humility.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Thank you very much. We are so grateful and honored to have you among us today. Thank you very much. Now we greet the Prefect of the Dicastery, His Eminence Cardinal Peter Kodwo Appiah, Turkson, Prefect of the Dicastery for Promoting Integral Human Development, linked up from Rome. Good afternoon, Your Eminence.
Hi,
and
good
thank
afternoon.
you. And thank you for being with us. We are listening to you.
Okay, thanks. So your Excellencies and all of you distinguished professors and organizers of this event, and all of you dear young people, my friends, as you know, this event, the meaning of the Economy of Francesco, was originally planned for the beginning of this year. But the COVID-19 made it necessary to postpone it. Till now, you, however, did not despair of its taking place. Rather, you decided to begin a global network of young leaders and change makers. And so in the economic field, that can give a soul to the economy of the future. And in response, as it were, to the pandemic, you seek to help Pope Francis, the church, and the world to emerge much more better, imagining and developing a different economy, one that is inclusive, sustainable, and one that can help us to behave as brothers and sisters living in a common home. So thank you all for your hope, and thank you for your perseverance. And so, dear friends, as you may recall or may not recall, when Pope Francis received the Charles the Great Prize on the 6th of May, 2016, Pope Francis said this: if we want to rethink our society, then we need to create dignified and well-paying jobs, especially for our young people. Then he went on to say, to do so requires coming up with new, more inclusive and equitable economic models, aimed not at serving the few, but at benefiting ordinary people and society as a whole. And so this call for moving from a liquid economy to a social economy, which would mean passing from an economy directed at revenue, profit-making, speculation, lending at interest, to a social economy that invests in people by creating jobs and providing training. It is therefore not by chance that this event is taking place in Assisi, the city of St. Francis, who has inspired the name of the current Bishop of Rome, Pope Francis, because St. Francis is an example of universal love for all our brothers and sisters and for all of creation. He is an inspiration of peace and social love, key, very fundamental key for a conflict-ridden and the divided world, and an inspiration for openness and for austerity. Crucial, therefore, also for the present consumeristic and throwaway call in Francis of Assisi, you have set course for a radical change, conceiving economies and business activity as noble vocations, directed to producing wealth, wealth that improves the world, and wealth that truly serves. Yet the question that remains is, what kind of wealth is necessary to heal and to improve our world? At the Dicastery here, where we work, Dicastery for Promotion Together Human Development, we work tirelessly to support the creation of good companies, good jobs, and providing the accompaniment and the moral direction and inspiration which they need. So as, for example, St. John Paul II emphasized, the purpose of a business firm is not simply to make profit, but it is to be found in its very existence and as a community of persons. That's why sometimes you call company or corporation. That's when a group of people come together to act as if it's just one body in a common goal. But this is also a challenge, which means that in a business, not everybody is the CEO and not everybody is a cleaner. Between the CEO and the cleaner, there's a whole range of workers. The thing then is to recognize the dignity of each individual regardless of his role. Because everybody, moved by its own dignity, exercises the talents that are available to him. And so in exercising this talent, nobody may be reduced to being an instrument, but all must be recognized and accepted as great actors, manifesting and displaying the dignities that they have. So as St. Paul, John Paul II emphasized, the purpose of business is just not that. It is to become a company, a group of people working together for a purpose, who needs to produce goods that are truly good, services that truly serve, and wealth that is truly good. So as you all know, and as Pope Francis has repeatedly highlighted, the market by itself cannot solve every problem, let alone heal the economy as it is. This is a dogma or belief of a lot of neoliberal thinkers of economics. But good business generating good wealth needs to come from the people and from the government of the people. Indeed, the economy must serve people. It is not the other way around. Sometimes Pope Francis puts it around and saying, money must serve and not people be reduced to serving money. And in the area of business and corporations, it goes like this. People must not be reduced to being an instrument or working force, but they must be recognized for what they are and their dignities for what they are. And so, my dear friends, inspired by St. Francis of Assisi, with our gaze firmly fixed on Jesus, and under the leadership of Pope Francis, you young people of faith and goodwill, you can deploy a noble expression of love, of social love, by generating a new economy that brings about good wealth. So you can aim at three things: good work, good wealth, and then good profit. So inspired by this then, my dear friends, I'd like to conclude paraphrasing a prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. Paraphrasing, I would like to finish by saying then, thanking all of you for bringing light into our dark world, for bringing love in these times of indifference and challenges, and for bringing hope to many of us who are still in despair, and for bringing faith in a different economy which will sow friendship and which will promote harmony among God's children and God's people. So, my dear friends, I wish to thank you again for coming, for having made time to participate in this event. And we want to commend the future engagements you all involved in, the work and whatever you're seeking to develop. We commend all of that to God and ask God to touch it and bless it for all of you. So a very successful meeting days together, and may the Lord inspire your minds and your heart and bring success to the work of your thoughts, the work of your hearts, and all what you purpose to do. Thank you for receiving us.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Thank you very much.
The event over these few days will be a continued journey from Assisi to the world and from the world to Assisi. So let's leave for a while Assisi and let's go to Lubumbashi, Congo. Michelle, are you there? Okay. We have some problems. Can you hear us? Michelle? Michelle, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you too. We are very happy to be here, to be there with you.
Thank you very much.
And people here say, hello, Jumbo.
Jumbo. It's amazing to see all of you. And from Congo, we crossed the ocean and we got to Mexico. Hello, Juan Pablo.
Hola, Catalina. Es todo un gusto, un placer estar aquí compartiendo este momento con ustedes. Estamos muy contentos desde Out de Puebla, reunidos el día de hoy para seguir el programa y después un programa local. A nombre de México y de Puebla, un saludo muy grande. Saludos.
Thank you. Gracias. In the organizing committee, there is also the mayor of Assisi, Stefania Proietti, and the president of the Seraphic Institute, Francesca Di Maolo. Welcome. Now, let's give the floor to the mayor of Assisi. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for having welcomed us right from the start to the city of Assisi, with great confidence in the young people and also in the economy of Francesco.
Dear young people from all over the world, welcome to Assisi. The city of St. Clair and St. Francis, so deeply loved by them, embraces you through the web, virtually, but with even higher enthusiasm and affection. You are welcome. It has started under the best auspices this year, 2020. Assisi was swarming with visitors urgently awaiting extraordinary events, and in March, with the Economy of Francesco, we were supposed to welcome you, young economists, researchers, start-uppers, and change makers from all over the world who decided to come here to sign the pact for a new economy together with Pope Francis. In May 2019, our Holy Father, with his letter addressed to you, triggered an irreversible process, asking you to think about a renewed and innovative economy, more caring and attentive to people and the environment. Pope Francis is asking you to put at the center of the new economy life, people, and creation, taking away the protagonism from profit, which must become an instrument and no longer a goal. And which city could be more suitable for this task than Assisi, a city that for centuries has been the symbol and message of humanism and fraternity. With these words, Pope Francis has blessed our city. The process triggered by Pope Francis is powerful. He called you because only you, with your energy and your courage, can change the economy. You can change the engine of our development by renewing it in its core, designing it once and for all for the common good, in order to respect the creation, the weak and the poor. Fraternity and humanism, this should now become the new fuel. Only you, dear young people, with your intelligences free from prejudice, could accept the Pope's challenges proposal, so extremely and courageously revolutionary. Too often, younger generations are being relegated to a corner in the face of world's responsibilities. Too often, you are forced to suffer because of the indifference shown towards your positions. Let's think, for instance, about climate change and how much you have to fight to make your voice heard for climate and social justice. Pope Francis is the first world leader who gives you responsibility and importance. Dear young people, he loves you and believes in you. By making your work more and concrete, I'm sure that over time, the process of the new economy of Francis, which you are about to start, will break down the balance of the global inequality, which puts on one of two plates belonging the 1% of the world population, more than the double of wealth possessed by the remaining 19% people. The COVID, as it has all over the world, involving in deep crisis every activity, project, life, and country. This pandemic has generated an unprecedented international state of emergency, but has not extinguished the urge of a new economy. On the contrary, it has allowed us to see very clearly that everything is connected. Air pollution and COVID incidents are related. The fragility of our economic system has manifested itself in all its rambling. The world economy, in a very few months, has contracted like never before. Everyone, no one excluded, has and can be affected from the pandemic. But this pandemic did not stop you. It did not stop the economy of Francis, nor this event that you have so well prepared and that you are fervently waiting for. At last, we are meeting today, even if in the web virtual space. Nothing will stop the process of change because time is stronger than space, said Pope Francis, and the spark ignited by Pope Francis' ideas will spread all over the world, nurtured by your extraordinary energy. And although this process started in a different form from what it is today, one thing is for sure: there will be a chain reaction. From today on, your young people can consider Assisi as your city, your homeland, your land, where to nourish and experience the new economy, ensuring the continuity of the process triggered by Pope Francis. I'm sure you will find the new energy from those holy places, so very loved by St. Clare and St. Francis, who right here in their hometown started their revolutionary processes, which is today more modern than ever. Once you will arrive here, hopefully very soon, you will follow their footsteps and you will feed the living flame of their holy example with your own sacrifices, efforts, conquests, successes, changes. We will be waiting for you, dear young people. In the meantime, here in Assisi, we feel responsible and motivated by your vision, and we commit to the message of Pope Francis contained in Laudato Si' and Fratelli Tutti. Now is it time to act, and I firmly believe that cities are the right space where people can start a solid, ongoing process of change. Assisi with you as a goal. We want to become, once again, a beacon of light and direction, because Assisi is now, more than ever, the city message of Pope Francis, and together with him and his blessings, the homeland of all men and women of God will call it to build a better world. From Assisi, a new equation can start. You, dear young people, participants at the Economy of Francis, will be the living witnesses and proof of this. Economy plus fraternity per development is the future. Thank you, dear young people, and welcome in Assisi to change the world.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Finally, we have the president of the Seraphic Institute, Francesca Di Maolo. We would like to greet you in a special way and sincerely thank you for your collaboration, your support for the economy of Francesco.
Hello, everyone. Finally, this moment has arrived. I can't believe that this is really happening. We dreamed of this meeting. At the Seraphico Institute, we have been waiting for you with a tremendous joy, gratitude, and a deep emotion. The Seraphico Institute takes care of children and young people with multiple and severe disabilities. It was founded by a Franciscan friar, San Ludovico from Casoria, in 1871, almost 150 years ago, and it was dedicated to Saint Francis, who was blind in the last years of his life. In March, we were waiting for you at the Seraphico Institute, where we were planning on welcoming the village on the topic of inequalities. Coronavirus changed our plans, and now, in this moment, at the present time, we are fighting the coronavirus inside Seraphico. It's a strange virus, very strange, as is the current economic system. The coronavirus attacks the most fragile members of society. At Seraphico Institute, we live with the wounds of inequalities, all kinds of wounds. But believe me, health inequalities are dishumane. Who can change the current economic system? Who, if not you? You can dream a better world. You can listen to your heart. Today, the children of the Seraphico Institute are near you, along with the poor, the elderly, the forgotten, the excluded. We are knocking on the door of your heart. Please, let us in. If you let us into your heart, you will begin to dream of a better world, and you will have the strength to change the economic system. Build an economic system, one that no longer produces even a single victim, a single person cast aside. There will be no development or progress without caring of the most fragile members of society. You can change the current economic system. I know, we know. Begin your work, like St. Francis did 8 centuries ago, when he embraced the leper. We are here today to receive that embrace. Now, I'm going to show you a video made at Seraphico Institute. It's a message for you from the young people of the Seraphico. I wish you all good meetings and reflection. Buon lavoro.
Thank you, Francesca. And thank you in advance to the young people from the Seraphic Institute for this wonderful video you prepared for the Economy of Francesco. In these few months, the Economy of Francesco activities have been assisted by a scientific committee, chaired by Professor Luigino Bruni, and a team of over 100 people, including economists and entrepreneurs from all over the world. We would like to thank them personally for the commitment, passion, and generosity with which they have accompanied the young people. We decided to ask Professor Stefano Samagni, also as president of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences, to represent the academics who have accompanied us. Thank you, Professor, and welcome. We will listen to you with a great joy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. When on May the 1st of last year, Pope Francis launched his message for the event Economy of Francesco, he explicitly underlined the urgency, I quote, to enter into a covenant to change today's economy and to give a soul to the economy of tomorrow, unquote. Now, in the last 15 months, more than 2,000 young economists and entrepreneurs from 120 countries have been working in a wise, organized way to talk about the pillars of an economy based on the culture of care, true value creation, and universal fraternity, moving beyond the still prevalent throwaway mentality and globalization of indifference. So let me, in a few minutes, pause to underline some of the many relevant implications stemming from the warm and paternal invitation of Pope Francis to move ahead towards a different kind of economy, one that is inclusive and not exclusive, humane and not dehumanizing, one that cares for the environment, not despoiling it. First, the still prevalent mood in economics is based on a wrong concept of value, according to which value is identified with market price. Such a reductionist notion of value has major nasty consequences for the way the economic system is structured. For instance, relational goods, care goods, commons, gratuitous goods, etc., do not enter the metric of GDP. Yet, they are essential for our flourishing, as everybody would admit. Second, companies need to embrace a sense of purpose beyond making only profits and considering the well-being of all stakeholders. Investors need to focus on the long term and consider explicitly the social and environmental impact. And civil society organizations need to work together to address global challenges through community organizing practices. Third, it is urgent to rewiring finance, which requires that the financial accounting systems include social and environmental metrics, and that impact investing becomes a norm of behavior. Indeed, the pursuit of profit is not the problem per se. The real problem is the incompleteness of the profit calculation, what is left out, and the omissions, as we know, are today unbearable. Fourth, governments needed to reaffirm their fundamental role of fixing the rules of the economic game in view of the common good and not of the interests of particular groups of actors. It is not acceptable an economy in which privileged individuals and businesses extract a great deal of rent from everybody else. Weak competition, feeble productivity growth, high and growing inequalities, degraded democracies are failing citizens. Democracies have to cooperate among themselves to write down new rules, especially in the area of the international trade regimes. Fifth, and lastly, Wanting to do the right thing is something different from knowing the right thing to do. And that, in turn, is something other than actually doing the right thing. It is a specific responsibility of scholars and academic institutions, not only to see the world as it is, but also to imagine the world as it might be. Mainstream economics suffers today from many sins of omission. It ignores many important topics and problems when they are difficult to approach according to the standard way of doing research. We need a pluralism, since different terrains call for different vehicles. A sailboat is useless in crossing a desert, as the saying goes. To conclude, we are well aware of the existential challenges of our times, and we know that there are no easy answers. But we also know that the sense of possibility depends not only on opportunities and resources, but also and above all on hope. There is, and with that I conclude, a popular children's book called The Phantom Toll Booth by Norton, just published a few years ago, that tells the story of a young boy engaged in a heroic quest. Before he sets out, he is told that there is one thing he ought to know, but it was best he be told after his return. So the lad sets forth, accompanied by friends, and after terrible dangers, returns with mission accomplished, at which point he is told what he should have known all along, that the task was impossible. Now, we have the task. It looks as if it were impossible, but we must act as if it were not, for the reward is in the trying. We are not going to give up, since, as we know, in the long run, few things are as powerful as great and good ideas. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, and thanks to all the friends who have spoken so far.
Saint Francis, Economy and Arts. Do you see these masks behind us? That's our part of the stage design. The Economy of Francesco has also inspired artists from around the world in recent months, like Lo Kwok Hung, who will tell us about these masks and his experience. Let's listen to him.
Art and economy have always been closely related to one another. They are two essential aspects of our daily life. Both are expressions of human creativity and freedom. When art and economy embrace and work together, the world is a better place, for then prophecies and collective dreams will become reality. In September of 2019, when I first got involved in the Economy of Francesco, I decided to immediately put myself on the trail of Francis, il Poverello d'Assisi. What better source of inspiration, I ask you, than the frescoes painted by Giotto at the Basilica of Assisi? While I was elaborating the concept behind the setting for the event's plenary sessions, Giotto's scene depicting the calling at the Church of San Damiano, Francis, go and repair my house, seemed particularly evocative. The metaphor of the domestic house, broken and in need of repair, fits perfectly the etymology of the two words related to our common home, the planet Earth: economy and ecology. Eco, from the Greek prefix oikos, means household. Imagine a building site. Some scaffoldings, men and women bricklayers busy at work repairing a facade. Now what if the building blocks, the bricks, the stones bear the resemblance of faces of human persons? Any seasoned actor would tell you that in theater, the word person, from Latin persona, before evolving to signify human being, character, individual, it originally meant the mask the actor or the actress would wear, and thus the role they would play. The overlapping and merging of meanings related to the human face, the mask, and the individual, therefore the issues of authenticity, honor, etc., continue to fascinate and inspire us today. So let us come up with a backstage production line of masks, we said, to churn out several hundreds of masks, and we'll deliver these masks on stage to cater to the home repairing performance. Well, not actually to churn out. It is going to be a rather slow and painstaking process. We'll need as many masks as the number of persons willing to sit for the manufacturing. To make the masks, you'll need to apply gypsum gauzes on the face. Gypsum, or plaster of Paris, is a user-friendly material. It is being used to make fertilizers and in the building industry as well as in art. Over the ages, it has accompanied us in our own experiences of healing and repairing, when fractured bones are held in place, when broken floors or walls are restored. In fact, the whole process is a person-to-person contact experience. It is a workshop on coming to terms with each other's fragility. A moment of caretaking, a time of tenderness. On the other hand, it is a time to exercise trust, because momentarily you are deprived of your sight, of your voice, when you feel poor, limited, or rejected, when you are at the mercy of others. The visual impact of the workshop is so powerful that very soon we decided to put it in the limelight instead, to turn it into a performance. I was happy to see that quite a number of artists have come up with original, collateral, and experimental productions. With the outbreak of the coronavirus, the Economy of Francesco underwent several stages of transformation. It is chilling to find ourselves surrounded by people wearing masks. We don't know whether it is art imitating life or vice versa. All we know is that the workshop on the masks was a unique experience of discernment. While always remembering the COVID victims, we're astonished that the masks on the wall continue to reveal to us encouraging messages on the importance of resilience and patience, on unity, on cherishing our dreams.
Thank you so much. I was so honored to work with Hong, and I can say one word. He's so passionate about his job. Thank you again, Hong.
Let's go on with our program. 4 hours a day, with 5 times for being face-to-face with Francesco, 12 talks, and link-ups with the whole world. Finally, on Saturday, we will listen to the words of Pope Francis. We remind you to contact us at the email address staff@francescoeconomy.org if you wish to reserve time to make a comment during the final session. From the beginning, the young people request that the Economy of Francesco event not be a traditional conference, but leave room for spirituality, silence, poetry, and art to slow down. If we had been physically together, the program would have included extra hours in which the young people, alone or in groups, will have visit places connected with Francis' life. We have tried to keep these opportunities in the online program, starting from 5 important places in the history of Francis, 5 moments in which to listen and to reflect on his footsteps. The first of these begins now.
Il padre citò Francesco a comparire dinanzi al vescovo della città per costringerlo a rinunciare nelle mani di quello a tutte le sostanze e a restituire quanto ancora possedeva. Alla qual cosa non solo Francesco non si oppose, ma pieno di giubilo si affrettò a compiere con sollecitudine quanto gli viene chiesto. Pertanto, citato davanti al vescovo, non tollera indugi e non ritarda sotto nessun pretesto. Anzi, senza dire o aspettare parole, immediatamente si leva tutte le vesti e le getta a terra, rendendole al padre. Nemmeno le mutande ritiene e rimane nudo davanti a tutti. Il vescovo, compresa la sua intenzione e ammirandone il fervore e la costanza, subito si alzò, lo accolse tra le braccia e lo coprì col suo stesso manto. Capiva chiaramente che si trattava di una ispirazione divina e che l'atto dell'uomo di Dio, di cui era stato testimone, conteneva un significato misterioso. Perciò divenne da quel momento il suo protettore e, assecondandolo e confortandolo, lo abbracciò con viscere di carità.
I'm approaching one of the most important places in the history of Francis, the Sanctuary of Spoliation. Here Francis closed with his first life to embrace a new life. It all began right here, between this square and this building. These new excavations are bringing to light the place where Francis stripped himself before his father Pietro, Bishop Guido, and the city of Assisi. take a step back. Francis is the son of the Assisi of 13th century. He handles money, and for some years he shares his father's mercantile activity. Pietro di Bernardone had been enriched like many others with trade, yet poverty prospers in the city. When the wealth of a few increases, misery grows for many others. The bourgeois flee from the misery from which they come. Many flee, while Francis begins to look at that misery differently. Francis makes his choice. He becomes poor out of love for the poor, an icon of Christ, his mad love.
La luce che tu hai
I pray you'll find your light
nel cuore resterà
and hold it in our heart
a ricordarci che
when stars come out each night.
Eterna stella sei. Nella mia preghiera
Let this be our prayer.
quanta fede c'è
When shadows fill our days,
lead us to a place,
guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be saved.
With the act known as a spoliation, Francis strips himself of his possessions and returns naked, a new creation. Because at the dawn of every authentic vocation, religious, civil, artistic, entrepreneurial, there is always a stage of dispossession. It happens when the person called understands, even with the language of the body, that he must basically press reset on his own existence. He has to start from scratch, as if he were born at that moment. He restarts, re-embarks, is reborn. And to be able to liberate that wild and new flight, he sees each garment as only a weight that would hold him down. There is no reset if there's no desire for new life, if we do not love the things we do, if a strong passion does not move us. The key to Francis was not altruism, it was passion. As Dante wrote, "Oh, unknown wealth, O most fertile good, take off your shoes, Egidio, and yours as well, Silvestro. Behind the bridegroom, yes, the bride is pleasing." Wealth, desire for a different bride, this was Francis.
Sogniamo un mondo senza più violenza, un mondo di giustizia e di speranza. Ognuno dia la mano al suo vicino, simbolo di pace, di fraternità.
In that gesture of Francis, there was also the beginning of another kind of economy, of a new housekeeping, where the currency is not gold or silver, but gratuitousness. Poverty is not a curse. Sometimes misery is a curse, but not poverty itself. This is Francis's first message. When will we learn his words again? By choosing voluntary poverty, Francis accomplished a revolution, including an economic one. Other things have become true goods: God, the gospel, the poor. Today we would say spiritual capital and relational goods. Out of total detachment from money comes a new economic vision. It is this dispossession, this nakedness, that provides the required distance to see the world, to look at it in a new light, and then to act. Only by going back to being naked can one see the beauty of the earth and its creatures.
medio de un mar de dolor hay solo desesperación, sumida por el grito mudo de la indiferencia. Donde se encuentra la inocencia y por qué vence la violencia, yo creo todavía que existirá una salida. Voy a calmar esta sequía, voy a regarla cada día con el amor. Como lluvia suave, sutil y constante. Empapemos nuestra tierra de oportunidades. Como lluvia suave, vamos ya pa'lante. Con la frente en alto sembraremos el amor. Aún hay tiempo de cambiar, tiempo de cambiar. Sé que sin perdón no hay paz. Reconcíliase en la verdad, puede sanar heridas. Yo sé que la última palabra no la tendrán quienes aplastan. Que el amor viva en nuestra vida es la mayor justicia. Voy a calmar esta sequía, voy a regarla cada día con el amor. Como lluvia suave, sutil y constante. Empapemos nuestra tierra de oportunidades. Como lluvia suave, vamos ya pa'lante. Con la frente en alto sembraremos el amor. Mando la sequía, regando cada día. Empapemos nuestra tierra de oportunidades. Mando la sequía, regando cada día. Con la frente en alto sembraremos el amor. Vacío, apatía y la cruel resignación empecinados debilitan y sumergen nuestra vida. Decidimos recordar tiempos mejores, de sonrisas y amistad los sinsabores. Paso a paso con constancia juntos caminamos. En tus ojos también veo esa alegría. Deja que te diga algo. Dime, sueña, ríe, ama, vive. Voy a calmar esta sequía, voy a regarla cada día con el amor. Como lluvia suave, sutil y constante. Empapemos nuestra tierra de oportunidades. Como lluvia suave, vamos ya pa'lante. Con la frente en alto sembraremos el amor. Mando la sequía, regando cada día. Empapemos nuestra tierra de oportunidades. Mando la sequía, regando cada día. Con la frente en alto sembraremos el amor. Sueña, ríe, ama, vive.
Ay, no quieres, te asusta la pobreza. No quieres ir con zapatos rotos al mercado y volver con el viejo vestido. Amor, no amamos como quieren los ricos la miseria. Nosotros la extirparemos como diente maligno que hasta ahora ha mordido el corazón del hombre. Pero no quiero que la temas. Si llega por mi culpa a tu morada, si la pobreza expulsa tus zapatos dorados, que no expulse tu risa, que es el pan de mi vida. Si no puedes pagar el alquiler, sal al trabajo con paso orgulloso. Y piensa, amor, que yo te estoy mirando y somos juntos la mayor riqueza que jamás se reunió sobre la tierra.
Everybody, my name is Alberto Irezabal. I'm 35 years old. I'm from Mexico. I'm currently a professor at a Social and Solidarity Economics Research Center at Iberoamericana University in Mexico City. I've also been walking alongside Celtal indigenous families in the northern jungle of Chiapas, Mexico, for over 12 years, working in constructing an economic alternative model for their territory, for their livelihoods. This economic model tends to redignify the work that these rural indigenous families are doing in their coffee fields, in their cornfields, as well as working to restore the ecological balance for their territory, for our Mother Earth. This specifically made with a different strategy. First of all is to work from a resilience in a family level perspective, which is composed of ensuring food sovereignty and food security for the family from an agroecological approach in terms of organic produce, and to promoting added value cash crops that could represent an income for these families. And also, these families have been creating a systems work organization that emerges from the grassroots, from the indigenous grassroots worldview, and then it embeds into a social business model that is able to dialogue with the market in their own terms, not in the market terms. All this work has been done for over 20 years in the Social and Solidarity Business Group, which is called Yomol Atel. It's composed of over 400 indigenous families and over 60 workers that are working in the coffee, in the organic coffee value chain, in the organic honey, with microfinance, with handcrafts and hygiene products. And one of the things that I've learned from all this work with the indigenous communities is to learn to value indigenous local knowledge.
If we read the stories of many entrepreneurs carefully, we also find incidents similar to those of Francis. There are entrepreneurs who started a business as a result of a special experience or a painful one. They heard the voice of a parent, a friend, or the pain of the poor and said, "Here I am." But there are also entrepreneurs, both men and women, who spring from a real vocation, from a calling. One day, they felt that their role in the world was to set up a cooperative, an association, a business. Without business by vocation, there is no yeast, and the bread in the market is always unleavened.
When people encounter that voice calling them, their life takes a radical new turn. They answer. They begin a journey. They do not know where that voice will take them. They do not know the surprises that will come, the utmost happiness, the infinite sadness and pain. We often find ourselves thrown out of the house, let down, even betrayed, alone. But if we have ended up badly, having followed that voice sincerely, if we continue to follow it in our hearts, even in the desert, the moment of salvation does come. It is not the salvation we wanted. In fact, but when it arrives, it is much more beautiful than we expected. We are the first to be surprised. The most precious goods, wrote Simone Weil, must not be sought, but expected.
Gli scampi sono prima di tutto marito di Francesca, padre di Filippo, Riccardo e Diletta, ma sono anche un imprenditore digitale fallito e un comunicatore. Un paio di anni fa infatti avevo una startup tecnologica che è fallita e ho sentito proprio l'esigenza di raccontare ai miei figli che era sì fallita l'azienda di papà, ma che non era fallito il loro papà. Per farlo gli ho scritto una fiaba che ho poi trasformato in una videofiaba e pubblicandola online è diventata virale, finendo su tutti i giornali, le radio, la televisione come Rai, come Mediaset. E oggi uso le videofiabe e altri contenuti come forma di comunicazione per media, per personaggi e per aziende, per raccontare e trasmettere dei valori. Io ho anche fondato l'associazione Fail Good, che ha come scopo la divulgazione dei temi del fallimento e dell'educazione digitale per bambini e per ragazzi. Questo perché amo tantissimo i bambini e i ragazzi e desidero veramente stare con loro.
We are having some technical problems. We're going to play now a song. So let's wait. Nando. Thank you.
Though I saw it all around, never thought that I could be affected. As daylight broke, I saw the earth. The trees have burned down to the ground.
Don't give up, you're not the only one. Don't give up, you know it's never been easy. Don't give up, 'cause somewhere there's a place where we belong. Rest your head, you worry too much. It's gonna be alright. When times get rough, you can fall back on us. Don't give up, please don't give up.
Got to walk out of here. I can't take anymore. Gonna stand on that bridge, keep my eyes down below. Whatever may come and whatever may go, that river's flowing, that river's flowing. Move on to another town, try hard to settle down. For every job, for every man, so many men no one needs.
Don't give up, 'cause you have friends. Don't give up, you're not the only one. Don't give up, there's no reason to be ashamed. Don't give up, you still have us. Don't give up, we're proud of who you are. Don't give up, you know it's never been easy. Don't give up, 'cause somewhere there's a place where we belong. Thank you, Niando. Now it is up to the young villagers of the Economy of Francesco. We are ready to hear the talks they have prepared. Each session will have a different YouTube link found on the program website. They are Peace Economics and Industrial Reconversion, a recovery plan for the world with Raúl Caruso, Juan Camilo Cardenas, and Susie Snyder. Artificial Intelligence, how to address socioeconomic inequalities, Paolo Benanti, and the new global paradigm and the new development model, the role of forest with Baldassari. And for those who stay in this channel, Perfect Enjoy, 3 proposals to let life flourish with Jeffrey Sachs, Ilaria Schnyder from Wartensee, and Stefano Bartolini. Good work, everyone, and share your questions, comments, and impressions. See you at the end of these talks. So let's hand over to Miriam Castello, who will introduce us to the talk, Perfect Enjoy, 3 proposals to let life flourish on this channel. Miriam, are you here? Can you hear us?
Buongiorno.
Hi.
Gia, hi.
Thank you very much. So the floor is yours, and good talk.
Thank you. So welcome, everyone. I am Miriam Castello from Brazil, from the Right to Dream International Movement and Dream Factory. And I'll be here today hosting this space with Ignacio Oliva from Chile. He works at the Institute for the Sustainable Development at the Catholic University in Chile. And as you can see, we have beautiful souls with us here, a lot of beautiful, amazing people. We've been working a lot these last months, and Policies and Happiness Village is going to present Perfect Joy, 3 proposals to let life flourish. So here with my heart, we bring a lot of people. It's like we are some of the villagers, but it's really important to say that we've been building these in many, many hands with people from all around the world, and they are beautiful souls. And I couldn't be in the space without saying hi to a lot of my friends in the village. And just to mention, St. Francis, he spoke about perfect joy as the condition of people to fulfill the virtues of Christian life. And he talks a lot about virtue, humility, and this inspired us in our work as well. Today, we're going to present and talk about the 6-month work. Results that we have done so far. We had a lot of meetings, great speakers, discussions, talents, check-ins, world cafes, and a lot of smiles. And you get the chance to experience a little bit of it. So I would like to ask you to breathe. Have a small breath and think with yourself. And I will ask our audience as well, because you'll be able to participate in this with us. Thinking 2 words, what makes you happy? And while you think, I will ask you to choose very wisely, because then we are going to share here in live with everybody that is here, but don't say still like, don't present yourselves, because we'll have time for that. So for now, 2 words, what makes you happy? And for who is there watching us? I just want to share with you. Can you see my screen? So this is our Policy and Happiness Villagers, some of this amazing crew. And for you to participate with us, you can enter in this website, maybe.com, and use this code 48 53 15 and 5 and participate in our check-in. So in 2 words, what makes you happy? You from home, whatever country you are, united as one, and we as a group here. I can start. My 2 words, relationships makes me happy, and dreams. What about you that are here sharing this space?
So my first word is friends, and the second word is tea.
Well, my words are relationships and sun.
Then I would say long talks and coffee.
I would say friends and mountains.
And Jeffrey Sachs, what about you?
I would say I'll add peace and family, as has been mentioned.
Yes, anyone else would like to share?
I would say, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Stefano.
I would say relationships and peace.
Nice. Wow, beautiful choice, huh? And as you saw, we have a lot of beautiful words. And as you see, today we invert a little bit. So these check-ins were very common in our meetings. And that's why we want to share a little bit with us, because we believe that everybody comes from different tastes and it's nice to settle down. And today it's a very moving day because we've been working so long. And to start to talk about all the projects we've been developing so far, I'm going to introduce to our villagers. We'll have 3 villagers that are our keynote speakers today. And we have 3 amazing discussants that will be talking about their proposals. Thank you all for accepting this invitation. So to start, who you think is going to come first? I will talk to you about flourishing. That's the main work of our village. And to start, I want to introduce my friend, a partner, really nice person to work with, a great designer as well. He's a data scientist and change maker working with the local government in Coventry, England. He is from Hong Kong and from UK. Sishan will present the Children's Flourish Index, and our discussant was with you, is a friend from the village, beautiful person as well, taught us about virtues, courage, justice, temperance, and wisdom to pursue happiness, and eudaimonia, eucratia, and he is still walking with us. He is a professor, a researcher, and have been doing an amazing work in the world, a world-renowned economics professor, best-selling author, and global leader in sustainable development. We're going to talk Children's Flourish Index, incentivizing, sorry for my English, guys. As I said, I'm Brazilian, but it's okay. Children's Flourish Index, incentivizing decision makers to implement policies that support children and future generations and families to flourish by measuring what really matters. What really matters? See, the floor is yours, and for Jeffrey Sachs.
Thank you very much. So I'm very, very pleased to be able to share the first of the 3 proposals because I started my career in children's social care, and it's my pleasure to be able to talk about the Children's Flourishing Index. I do not need to repeat how pursuing purely financial metrics like gross domestic product falls short of increasing the sum of human happiness, and it also leads to an unsustainable pursuit of endless growth. And even the Human Development Index, which takes into account health and education, refers to utilitarian notion of happiness as the fulfillment of individual desires. We know that 5 decades of studies show that happiness depends on genuine human connection. Once people have the basics to live a decent life, it is actually the relational well-being, rather than just the material well-being, more like, that becomes the primary source of the happiness. So our proposal for a Children's Flourishing Index is to build a composite index that measures the progress of not just the present generations, but future generations, so that we can guide policymakers to think beyond utility for the current generation, but on the flourishing of our children and future generations. It is that recognition of that relational well-being that we can go beyond a reductionist, individualist understanding of happiness in order for us to consider the extent to which a policy or intervention make a positive impact on dimensions like nature, environment, and beauty. And even in urban spaces, do we have common spaces for relationships that's mentioned in the check-in earlier to blossom? It's also about how we give time to build some quality family bonds, love and parental relationships. And it's also about things like the ability to remain curious and have the right to dream, and not just dream, but dream big. And also equality between all races and ethnicities and genders as well. How we do it is also really important. Our methodology, in addition to what we do. So our plan is to work with children from around the world to find out what's most important to them, so that the index becomes not just built for children, but by children as well. So yes, it is about bringing the end of poverty, but it's also about the right to dream and to dream big. To make this proposal a success, we need support from you, Jeff, and other people in the Economy of Francesco. We want to co-develop this with economists, psychologists, statisticians, and others, and get children and young people to participate. And then we want to pilot it with local policymakers in a local city or region. And we want some leading thinkers and leaders to recognize the relationships as outlined in The Joy of Love. And we want you to all of that childlike wonder to be able to dream and dream big. Thank you very much.
Would you like me to respond now?
Please, Jeffrey,
Good,
the floor is yours.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the lovely introduction and the idea of a Children's Flourishing Index. This is a very good and important idea. We need to measure what's important, and as you rightly said, the things we measure now are often not only not important, but actually lead us in the wrong directions. If all we're doing is measuring what is happening in the marketplace right now, we're going to what's happening to human well-being and to environmental well-being, which is why we have a crisis of our national income accounts and GDP, which have been used by politicians and governments as the reference point for what to do. Now, in terms of building the Children's Flourishing Index, I would mention a few quick points, perhaps. First, there is a vast body of psychological and developmental literature which shows the key factors that are major stress points to healthy development and major contributors to healthy development. Safe childbirth, safe pregnancy for mothers, early nutrition, early childhood development, freedom from stressors that can lead to chronic stress syndrome, which can lead to a lifetime of debilitation. We know that very high proportions of children around the world are not receiving adequate diets. Stunting is a dramatic physical sign of impairments at the crucial age when brains are developing. We know that there is a massive stress syndrome, and this has lifetime disability. We know how important early childhood development is for successful physical, cognitive, and relational development. And we also know that how many children are not able to access that. And we know how the family environment is so crucial as well. There are bits and pieces of evidence on a solid comparable basis around the world that can be the start of these measures, but we're missing lots of information as well. You mentioned that an index for children by children. I wouldn't quite go that far. I would say that children can have some inputs into this, but there are lots of things that we know that children don't know about what's good for children. That's why we need parents, teachers, mentors, psychologists, nutritionists because there's a tremendous amount of non-intuitive expertise. Aristotle used to say 2,300 years ago that wisdom only came actually in old age. I'm not sure that that's completely true, but it's also true that children by themselves cannot even know all that is good for them, but we can learn a lot by asking children about their psychological states, what we call subjective well-being, and UNICEF, UNESCO, and OECD have pioneered that as well. Let me say that I would be delighted to work together with you. The UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which I direct for Secretary General Antonio Guterres, prepares a number of indexes each year for the Sustainable Development Goals, for happiness, using survey data. We have many indexes and indicators on child well-being that can be contributors, but we also need pioneering ways to get new information, and many of the ingenious ideas that you mentioned about relationships, hearing from children themselves. And there are ways in our digitized world, interconnected world, that we can do this in a meaningful manner, and in a manner in which the indicators will give us real information that can be brought to bear by government and policy makers. Let me just end by saying something about where you started. A child's early development is crucial for a lifetime of well-being. This is perhaps the overarching lesson that we have learned from many physiological and psychological studies. We know that we're not taking care of our children properly in the world, so you have pointed absolutely in the right direction. I'm inspired and want to help, and look forward to helping you build a children's flourishing index. It will be a great pleasure and honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Sachs. Our village is super happy. I'm talking on behalf of all of them. And I'm very touched because this is really important for us all. Everybody likes you a lot. And thank you, C, for your beautiful presentation. Yes, we are going to work with you, and who was expecting that? That's awesome. And okay, for next, we'll have more beautiful people because it's the best village from the whole world. Just kidding, I know that are good. For next, we'll have our beautiful Sophia from Brazil as well. Sophia is an architect and urban designer who works with collaborative methodologies that shapes social innovation and communities flourishing. So you see that our village likes to flourish and give space for that. And who better to talk about flourishing than Ilaria Schnyder von Wartensee? I hope I spoke right. She is the Ford Family Research Assistant Professor at the Kellogg Institute for International Studies at the Cuff School of Global Affairs at the University of Notre Dame. Her research focuses on issues related to dignity, human flourishing, and integral human development and migration. And she's from Lugano, Italy. Really good. Welcome. Sophia is going to talk about inclusive maps. Maps tell stories, but inclusive maps are proposed as innovative tools to tell narratives that make us go together instead of making us being divided and not connecting. Sophia, so what stories are you going to tell us? The floor.
Thank you, Miriam, and thank you all. It's a pleasure to be here. This proposal I'm presenting was developed by many hands during the work of our villages, and it was much inspired by the reading of Evangelii Gaudium. In this encyclical, Pope Francis talks about the importance of unity springing from diversity. And from this, thinking about diversity and territories, we got to maps. So why maps? Maps are actually very powerful ways to tell stories. And the way that the story of a place is narrated can actually influence how this place will flourish. But what we see most maps doing today is exactly the opposite. So if we think of a global map, it shows the division between countries. Or if we think of a city map, it's showing the division between the streets and the buildings. And it's not telling nothing about the life of the people who are living there. And inclusive maps, what we are proposing here is to create maps that narrate unity instead of division, and to show the life between the buildings and the connections between the people who dwell there. So we propose that maps tell stories which are hidden or invisible, like the local knowledge or the local skills or resources that could actually help the resilience of these places, and many times people are not aware of. So to strengthen these connections, we propose that the mapping is done collectively, because not only the result matters, but mostly the process. So an example is a community where I've worked in a collaborative architecture and urban design project, where we developed a card game to stimulate the people to get to know their neighborhood and the local people better. So from this, a lot of barriers were broken, and the people actually were really impressed with all the abundance they found there, and something that even living there every day, they were not aware of. So social cohesion is a very important step to help the flourishing of places, and this is what we're proposing. And we have some suggestions of methods that can be used. The first one would be using playful tools. So for example, the card game or other games which are infinite to be developed. The second one would be where there's access to technology, to use an online app, but still this app would not replace the social interaction, which is a key in this process, right? So the data that is mapped can be added to this app, but still we need the people to interact live. And also, we're thinking about writing an inspirational guide, but really we want to invite people to find their own ways of mapping, because there are different tools at hand and it's really limitless. Like, we want to remind that the mapping process doesn't necessarily need to lead to a map. It can lead to a movie, a poem, a music, a play, or anything that tells the stories that are actually being written every moment in different ways. So something also we propose is combining this local data, which is grassroots, to the big data of big companies that are already working on human flourishing, because then we have a hybrid perspective where we have the big scale and the local scale, and there are different technologies that can be used for that would benefit both the local people and these companies. So there are still many questions, many answers that we want to build collectively. So I invite everyone in this wonderful Economy of Francesco community to take part in this process and developing this project. We really need artists, economists, social scientists, or you name it. Every skill is very welcome. And to start with some answers and insights, I hand the word to Ilaria, who's an expert in human flourishing, to bring her insights. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for inviting me to be part of this discussion. I'm grateful to encounter you all. With inclusive mapping, you propose a system to collect information, experiences, barriers, as well as opportunities and resources, stories of people that often remain hidden, a database of local knowledge, usually not portrayed by media or policymakers. It is an interesting proposal because first, it is a bottom-up approach, built on facts and direct experiences of people, quality relationship, a mosaic of personal stories. Second, it is innovative because it collects also meaningful spaces, sounds, landscapes. Third, it aims to capture challenges and vulnerabilities, but also ways to live through them in a transformative way. Fourth, it connects happiness with the common good and relational goods, which is imperative nowadays. It raises the important question of what the common good is and what is not. Fifth, and finally, it accepts that we are a product of our stories, people we met, our families, our circumstances. We are unique as the mountains in my hometown in Switzerland. Embracing the uniqueness and the interrelationships is key to keep connected to our humanity. But there are some challenges. The risk is that this mapping could be seen as a network tool which collects a multitude of social and human information, resources, or a description of emotional stories, positive and negative, in different places without going much further. It could simply stop there. It needs discernment, group reflection. The question is, how can this tool become more than a collection of information? It is enough to map opportunities and stories, or do we need more? We cannot simply map everything everywhere. So what do we want to know? As the title of this panel shows, we want to map experiences that can identify and describe the perfect joy that St. Francis tells us of, the fulfillment of life despite difficulties and suffering. For instance, we want to observe and discover the path that HIV-positive women in Uganda living in slums take to become the happiest people I've ever seen. We want to know how refugees are coping. We want to know what people wonder about, what is meaningful. We also want to know about experiences that do not generate this flourishing. In this sense, I believe there is a need to understand through the stories collected how this flourishing happens, what leads to perfect joy, what brings the unity in us and the unity among people, the peace proposed by St. Francis. First, we need to learn to observe what is happening in people and in us. We need to capture experiences that do and do not lead people to flourish, that lead us to flourish. We need examples which show the uniqueness of some experiences. So how do we develop this ability to observe what is happening in us and in others? As Pope Francis says, we need to encounter the other. We need to open ourselves to what is happening. Let ourselves be touched, to listen, to see the thing we care about, that impresses us. As it was for St. Francis with nature. He observed it, he admired it, he adored it, he wanted to be part of it, he was in dialogue with it, and so he understood it. We need to create spaces in which we can be immersed and identify ourselves with others. We understand, we learn, and so we change only by what makes an impression on us, what marks us. Second, how do we compare what is observed? With what criteria? What connections exist between the various experiences? If everybody can map, what is the criteria? Third, there is a consequence, a need for dialogue and comparison of the experiences identified and observed. Moments of dialogue, acknowledgement of what we have learned. The Economy of Francesco network, us, can provide this space. To sum up, in order to travel into the map, we must have a legend that can guide us into this beautiful journey. Through this journey, we can learn, become aware of our own and others' experiences and become protagonists of a global change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilaria, for this beautiful speech, and Sophia for sharing the inclusive mapping. I really liked when you said we are a product of our own stories as the mountains of my home. And what do we want to map? So thank you for the contributions. The best thing we have from people is time as well, like one of the best things, love and time. And people are sharing their times here. So now I'm going to lead the floor to the connection in the Global South to Ignacio.
Thank you, Miriam. Hello to everyone. Before continuing, I would like to remember all of you that you can write questions on the chat section of YouTube, and we will be reading them, because at the end of this talk, we will have a space for questions and answers from our guests. So I invite you to type down all the questions so we can ask them to our guests. So for the third proposal, it has been well studied that significant relationships are crucial when talking about happiness and flourishing of the human person. Hence, fostering vibrant and small and medium-sized cities presents a new opportunity for fostering these significant relationships and build a sustainable future with the environment. This is the basis in which the third proposal, the degglomeration proposal, has been made. Presenting it, we will have Michal. Michal is from Poland, and he's from the Center of Economic Thought. And commenting the proposal, we have Professor Stefano Bartolini. He is an Italian political scientist and professor at the European University Institute in Florence. He's author of many books and publications. So, Michal, the room is yours to present the third proposal.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So, our third proposal is focused on the city as the environment of human life and as the environment in which people seek for happiness. As we can observe in many countries, there is a rapid process of agglomeration. So, that population is accumulating in one or few very big cities with millions of population. This has its negative aspects. I think we can all list some of them, because these cities are getting overpopulated, overcrowded. Also, the cost of living in them is rising very high. But what we think that is the most important is that people who migrate to these cities need to sacrifice a lot to leave behind them a lot, which is, for example, their family ties, which are getting loosened. These are their communities, any kind of organizations or friendships that they were involved in their home cities. So we see it as a part of this culture of throwing away that Pope Francis talks about. What we think that should be done is for economic policy to be shifted from the focus on the development of the very big, huge metropolises to the development of many small or medium-sized cities. And what is most important is to give people opportunity to work and to learn in these smaller cities, because the main reason to migrate, to change, to move to the other city is usually job or studies. So what we think about is the policy to support these smaller cities, and public administration and public sector is a great actor here, because public administration is one of the biggest employer in the economy. Public sector is the biggest investor. There is a huge amount of money that is invested by public sector, and it can be used in different way. Yeah, and also, of course, these small and medium cities need some urban policies, so they can be better place to live. They can be better place to flourish as a person, as a worker also. We have some these ideas which can be 15-minute cities, which can be making cities greener, more ecological, because we think that these small cities have chance to be better managed in terms of ecological sustainability. Of course, we should also enhance local communities, local entrepreneurs, and what is very important, to support cultural life, because people living in small towns, in small cities, they lack of cultural life, because it's all concentrated in the biggest cities. Yes, so this is our proposal about cities, about degglomeration, about supporting small and medium-sized cities to thrive, to flourish. And thank you for your time.
Professor Bartolini, please. I think we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Yeah, okay, so many thanks. Well, to tell you the truth, this is an important day for me, because I have been working for many years on the idea of policies for happiness, which means that it is possible to change our social and economic organization in order to make happiness increase. When I began these studies, well, this kind of arguments were very marginal in economics, but then they gained terrain and now are much more visible. But the fact that the idea of policies for happiness arrived to a group working on the economy of Francesco is a big step forward to me. So it touches me. It's an important day for me. Many thanks for inviting me here. Yours is an ambitious program. The objectives of policies that you mentioned are happiness, relationships, sustainability, inclusion. Well, these are all key words for happiness for me. So you got really the point. Relationship, sustainability, and inclusions are the key points in order to increase happiness. And you focus on the issue of the size of cities, of the optimal size. And you say that in overcrowded cities, people lack time and space to develop strong relationships. And also you write that the migration leaves the countryside and the small and medium cities impoverished from the social point of view, because social networks fray as a result of young adults relocating to mega cities. I entirely agree with what you write. The basis of your reasoning is that in comparison to big cities, small and medium cities offer greater possibilities to build a strong social fabric and to provide contact with nature, and that's absolutely true. And you also emphasize that the expansion of big cities is favored by the concentration of public investments into the big cities. And I also agree with that. What is the logic that drives this investment? It is the logic of GDP maximizing, because as the World Bank says, big cities are the engine of economic growth. So in practice, your idea to privilege small and medium cities is based on a redefinition of policy priorities from GDP to happiness and relationships and sustainability. That's a crucial point. Our entire social and economic order is built, is made for economics, is built for economic growth. And without taking into account the extreme importance of the quality of relationships for our happiness, I really welcome this redefinition of policy priorities. So many compliments for the kind of work you did. Some comments. I'm convinced that there's a big space to improve happiness also in big cities, and what is needed for this goal in big cities is the same that is needed in small and medium cities, because the social fabric is built in public spaces. Streets and square. So the critical point is the quality of the public space, which can be bad also in small and medium cities. Also, small and medium cities need spaces for people to meet. And those spaces must be common spaces, I mean, and must be of good quality. What I mean is that sociability must be favored and organized, and this is also needed in small and medium cities. The development of sociability doesn't come out by itself. It must be favored and organized. So the policy of common spaces, high quality common spaces, must be pursued also in small and medium cities. An important point is about sustainability, because one could ask whether to make a city sustainable is the same that making the city happy. I mean, is the profile of a sustainable city similar to the profile of a happy city? Well, my answer is positive. I'll give you the example of Copenhagen, a city which is very famous for its ambitious plan for sustainability. They want to reach carbon neutrality within 2025, and it's a medium-sized city, 500,000 of inhabitants. So what are they doing to reach sustainability, carbon neutrality? Well, first of all, they filled up the city with what they call pocket gardens. They are small gardens built in small squares on spaces between the houses. And these are the places that gather people. They are gaining spaces as places where to spend leisure time, chatting, reading, talking with friends. And then they, so that's a form of high quality public space, and it must be disseminated all over the city, because it must be reached walking, which is very important for diminishing our fossil fuel consumption. And then they did a revolution in mobility, bikes. Everything is organized for bikes. There has been a big investment in infrastructure for bicycles, and they have very strong limits to cars. Private cars are in practice excluded by the city. Very few people use it, because people move on bike and on a very efficient public transportation. They also have a strategy for pedestrians to keep them the most possible within their neighborhoods. So they fill up all the neighborhoods of all kind of infrastructure where people, points of interest where people can go, post office, barber shops, and whatever, schools. So neighborhoods must have everything inside in order to keep the most possible, the greatest possible part of the population within the neighborhood, and reduce these movements across different neighborhoods. And so this is the profile of a sustainable city. But happy city, we also have many studies on the kind of urban environment that makes people happy. They all give a very similar profile, because we have to reorganize public space in order to make it again a gathering place. And we have to limit private transportation. Cars should be in practically very limited in cities in order to increase the quality of private space, and public transportation and bikes. These are all means that can reach the goal to increase sociability and hence happiness.
Professor Bartolini, excuse me, we have just like 1 more minute, so I would like you to invite to summarize your ideas in order to end on time.
Yeah, I'm finishing, because I hope I clarified that the profile of a happy city can be overlapped to the profile of a sustainable city. So they're project, but so my final suggestion, you did a great job, guys. My final suggestion is to deepen in your further work what is needed both within small and medium cities and in big cities in order to increase happiness and make it more sustainable. We don't have to think that just the fact of downsizing the dimension of the cities, we can reach a higher level of sociability and or happiness. It must be organized. Many, many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Bartolini. I think it's very interesting how the pursuit of happiness and sustainability overlaps. Maybe we could do a parallel between how we relate between ourselves and how we relate with nature. There might be some similarities that both lead us towards happiness. So thank you very much. We have just 4 minutes before finishing. We would like to do a checkout with you and our participants all around the world. So I will ask Miriam to share the Mentimeter for one more time. And the question is, inspired by this panel, which should be the next step? Which should be your next step or my next step for making a happier world? So I would like to enter to Mentimeter and comment, or maybe just comment it on the chat if it is not available. But the question for ending is like, which should be your next step for making a happier world? Miriam, we will be able to see the answers. Okay, 1 minute. So, well, while Miriam is doing the technical requirements, I would like to thank very much to our 3 guests, to Professor Jeffrey Sachs, to Ilaria von Schnyder, and to Professor Stefano Bartolini. Your work has been very inspiring for us as a village. And also it is very important for us to know that we're not creating something new, but continuing a path that was initiated by many people like you. So we thank your courage. We thank your generosity with sharing with us your knowledge. And we are very humble with this challenge to continue your this quest that you are all following towards sustainable development and the happiness. Miriam, I think we will not be able to share the screen, or will we? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so please, there the background stuff I will ask to. So Well, I really like that answer at the top right. It says, sit in my neighborhood garden and encounter others. That would be a very good way to start for starting making a happier world. So for the last minute comment, Miriam, I leave you the floor if you want to comment.
Thank you all for participating. A virtuous way to make happiness for all and give new soul to the global economy. We are letting life flourish. We, as youth, need to co-create and occupy more spaces like this to assure that the work continues. So thank you all for coming and joining us. And I wish you all happiness in the name and the behalf of the village. Happiness, policies and happiness.
Intense desire for the vision of a new reality, which is sustainable from every possible aspect. And generally, there is such an ambience of hope and joy from the youth, so it's really going great, guys.
That's great.
That's awesome. Well, before moving to the following talks, let's enjoy another song with Eduardo and Raquel.
I'll wait a little longer. We're weak and getting stronger. I know it's taking its time to heal. We'll be unstoppable. Don't know what I did it for. I needed to know that it was always real. My head's held high when we walk down the line, honey, on and on through the midnight sky. Let's be at peace, we'll fly. Our hearts collide, can't escape the magnetic side.
I was like a satellite spinning away, almost lost forever and leaving no trace, floating through the darkest reaches of space to another galaxy.
Our polarity shifted around. There is nothing else left holding us down. It's just gravitational. We are unstoppable. And I just can't escape the pull. We are unstoppable. And it's just gravitational. We are unstoppable. My head's held high when we walk down the line, honey.
and on through the clear night sky.
Let's be at peace, we'll fly. Our hearts collide. Can't escape the magnetic side.
I was like a satellite speeding away, almost lost forever and leaving no trace, floating through the darkest reaches of space, through another
Galaxy, our polarity shifted around. There is nothing else left holding us down. It's just gravitational. We are unstoppable. And I just can't escape the pull. We are unstoppable. And it's just gravitational. We are
Wonderful. Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you, Raquel. Now it's time for more talks. Experiences in ecological and social transitions, communities with Cecile
Hola a
Renoir.
todos, ahora sí creo que ya nos podemos
The
empezar
State
a ver,
of Food
¿cierto?
and Security with Marco Cavalcanti and Maximo Torrero. And for those who stay in this channel, Business Models for a Human Economy, 3 experiences with Juan Manuel Cindy, Pedro Tarak, and Marena Elena Gonzalez. Enjoy, see you later. So let's hand over to Diego. Hi, Diego, are you there?
Hola.
The speakers or the people that are there? Can you hear us? Diego, are you there?
¿Podemos vernos
Can you hear
todos?
us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Ah,
Diego?
okay, perfect. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
Diego,
so
can you hear us? Yes.
let's have a good panel, you. So, good talk.
Thank you.
Hola, hola. Sara María, ¿me
Hola a
escuchas?
todos.
Yo no escucho a nadie.
Y Diego,
No escucho y no veo a nadie.
ok. Bueno, bienvenidos todos. El día de hoy vamos a estar con Juan Manuel Cinde de España, de la Fundación Arizmendiarrieta. Vamos a estar también con María Elena, de la empresa Todo Brillo de Paraguay. Y también con Pedro Tarak, de Argentina, que pertenece al Sistema B y nos va a platicar también sobre las empresas de identidad B. Entonces les damos la más cordial bienvenida. Así que iniciamos. Bueno, para iniciar, quisiéramos ver un video justamente en donde vamos a poder ver una introducción de la Fundación Arizmendiarrieta. Entonces, vamos a ver el video.
No se escucha.
La Fundación Arizmendiarrieta ha sido promovida por un grupo de profesionales cristianos vinculados a la experiencia cooperativa Mondragón. Esta experiencia cooperativa fue promovida por un sacerdote, don José María Arizmendiarrieta, sacerdote que fue declarado venerable por el Papa Francisco en 2015. Aquí tienen algunas de sus características.
La singularidad de la obra de Arizmendiarrieta, en mi opinión, es que es capaz de crear una obra social, cooperativa, empresarial, que integra a todos los sectores de una comunidad.
Aquí lo que existe es algo único en el mundo en ese sentido, ¿no? Pues que tenemos la fórmula cooperativa puesta en marcha en una escuela, en una universidad, en centros de investigación, en la industria, en el banco, bueno, diferentes sectores que se han cooperativizado, ¿no? Y eso es algo, además, todo ello integrado en un grupo y articulado en red, ¿no? Y eso es algo que hace única un poco esta experiencia cooperativa.
La Fundación Arizmendiarrieta promueve de forma especial la denominada Economía de Cooperación, inspirada en la experiencia de Mondragón y en la doctrina social de la Iglesia. Tiene a su vez las siguientes dimensiones: la cooperación en la empresa, contando con un modelo inclusivo participativo más ético de empresa, que ha contado con el respaldo unánime de los parlamentos vasco y navarro; la cooperación entre empresas de una misma comunidad; la cooperación público-privada; y la cooperación para favorecer la inclusión social. En relación con la economía de Francesco, nos centramos en ofrecer el modelo más ético de empresa antes citado, que está teniendo cada vez más auge en el País Vasco.
Muy bien. Pues durante esta sesión...
Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Durante esta sesión vamos a estar interactuando jóvenes de la Villa de Management y Don y también de Business in Transition. Mi nombre es Sara María Álvarez Moisés, soy mexicana, psicóloga, y hoy tengo también el gusto de estar aquí con ustedes. Vamos ahora a profundizar un poco más de esta Fundación Arizmendiarrieta con Juan Manuel Sinde, para lo cual también invito a mi compañera Anne a dialogar con él.
Hola, mucho gusto. Mi nombre es Ana Fernández, soy ingeniera ambiental y vivo en Guatemala. Y bueno, queriendo profundizar un poco en este tema y en esta fundación muy interesante específicamente, te quería hacer una pregunta, Juan Manuel. ¿Tú nos puedes platicar un poquito sobre los modelos de negocios que ha desarrollado la Fundación Arizmendiarrieta? Creo que hay problemas técnicos. No sé si Juan Manuel está por ahí.
Juan Manuel, ¿nos escuchas? Bueno, mientras tanto podemos pasar a nuestra siguiente experiencia mientras se resuelven los problemas técnicos. Así que ahora vamos a ver un video que también nos va a introducir en la realidad de la empresa de Todo Brillo en Paraguay. Adelante.
Escuché a Chiara Lubich que nos animaba a generar empresas que pongan una parte de sus utilidades al servicio de los más necesitados. Yo era gerente de un banco y me movilizaba muchísimo ver que los limpiadores no eran valorados, como si su trabajo no fuera digno. Y me propuse iniciar una empresa de servicios de limpieza, donde las personas puedan capacitarse y sentirse dignas de su trabajo. Tenía la certeza que Jesús vive en cada uno, en los limpiadores, en cada funcionario, en nuestros clientes, en los proveedores y también en el ambiente, buscando de usar productos y métodos ecológicos. Dice Elena López: en la empresa siempre me siento escuchada, como en una familia. También le dieron trabajo a mi hijo en coffee shop. Siempre hubo dificultades, pero sé que tengo un socio oculto, que siempre escucha. Nos contrataron 2 empresas grandes y en 24 horas debíamos ingresar con una dotación de 30 funcionarios y mucho equipamiento en cada local. No teníamos la infraestructura para ese pedido. Les contamos la situación con la verdad y nos dijeron que podían esperarnos 30 días. Desde el principio destiné fondos para poner a disposición de los funcionarios servicio odontológico, médico, ingeniería de seguridad, peluquería, manicura, una canasta básica de alimentos no perecederos al mes, ropero solidario, etc., para contribuir a la formación de jóvenes renovados por la vida del Evangelio. Hemos apoyado siempre al Centro Mariápolis con funcionarios permanentes, al Asilo de Ancianos, a la Fundación San Pío, a la Facenda Esperanza y a muchas otras instituciones.
Muy bien, muy interesante, y tenemos con nosotros a María Elena González de Paraguay, justamente una gran empresaria que ha iniciado esta gran experiencia. María Elena, yo quisiera preguntarte, porque vemos que su modelo de negocios está basado totalmente en otro paradigma, en este de la economía de comunión. ¿Cómo han hecho para basarse en este paradigma tan diferente y al mismo tiempo cumplir con los estándares internacionales de calidad? Porque vemos que ustedes están certificados por ISO 9001. Entonces, platícanos, ¿cómo hacen para tener otro paradigma y al mismo tiempo ser tan competentes en el mercado?
Bueno, gracias, Sara. Cumplimos con 2 estándares internacionales, la ISO 9001, que en su versión 2015 ya cumple con los FODA en todos sus procesos. También con la auditoría de abastecimiento responsable, certificados con Intertech Argentina, en donde se evaluó todos los registros de beneficios al personal, responsabilidad social, uso de luz, agua, el impacto ambiental, huella de carbono, etcétera, de nuestras operaciones. Y al centrar las operaciones en la persona, ellos se convierten en los mejores embajadores de la empresa. Uno recibe lo que da. El amor no pasa desapercibido. Se genera una circulación de bienes relacionales. Al inicio de la pandemia, desarrollamos protocolos de seguridad para toda la empresa y para nuestros clientes. E implementamos nuevos métodos de desinfección con maquinarias especiales. Fueron nuestros propios funcionarios los que promocionaron este nuevo servicio, que por un lado aumentó los ingresos y por otro lado en estos meses solo tuvimos 1,4% de enfermos con COVID y un 18% hizo cuarentena preventiva.
Muchísimas gracias, María Elena. Muy interesante. Y ahora vamos a pasar también a otra experiencia, que es la del sistema B. Así que vamos a ver también este video del sistema B. Adelante.
Ya conocés los problemas que arrastramos hace años. Los ves todos los días. Los vivís todos los días. No podemos seguir esperando a que alguien lo solucione por nosotros. Tenemos que actuar ahora. Por eso, empresarios, educadores, inversores, políticos, abogados, emprendedores y líderes de opinión nos unimos sabiendo que el cambio es urgente y que está en manos de todos. Creemos en un nuevo sistema en el que el cuidado de las personas y del ambiente es tan importante como el beneficio económico. Estamos creando una nueva economía que busca el bien común. Es un triple impacto que no puede pensarse por separado. Con nuestro trabajo, talento y creatividad, impulsamos negocios exitosos que resuelven grandes necesidades. Somos cada vez más los que tiramos para el mismo lado. No importa dónde estés, tu decisión genera impacto.
Listo. Es muy interesante este modelo de negocios, porque siempre se busca tener éxito profesional, ¿no? O sea, seguir adelante, poder lucrar, pero al mismo tiempo también resolver estos problemas sociales o problemas que existen en todo el mundo. Entonces, Pedro, yo te tenía una pregunta. ¿Nos puedes platicar un poquito más de cómo coexisten estos modelos exitosos o negocios exitosos que resuelven también grandes necesidades? ¿Qué se distingue empresa B de todas las demás?
Muchísimas gracias. Ante todo, quiero compartir mi emoción de haber escuchado tanto, digamos, a María Elena y a Juan Manuel ¿no? En realidad estamos pensando en una nueva identidad empresarial, ¿no? Una nueva genética empresarial. ¿Por qué? Porque creemos que después de la familia, el mayor número de organizaciones humanas son las empresas, casi 126 millones de empresas. Si el sentido de las empresas se modifica en función del mismo espíritu que nos compartieron anteriormente María Elena y Juan Manuel, eso hace que todos empecemos a funcionar de otra manera. No es solo un tema de cambiar nuestra cultura, que es muy, muy importante, sino que cambiamos la genética misma de la empresa. ¿Y esto en qué consiste? Tiene 3 elementos. Uno, ¿vieron la vocación que todos sentimos por cambiar el mundo? Bueno, esa vocación, en respuesta a las necesidades y en resonancia a las necesidades sociales ambientales que tenemos en este momento, ¿cómo lo protegemos jurídicamente en el objeto social del estatuto, que es como la Constitución Nacional para las empresas? ¿Cómo lo convertimos el sentido, el propósito principal, el core business de la empresa para poder llevarlo adelante en todo lo que hace una empresa? Y cómo al mismo tiempo ese sentido es lo que hace que seamos cómplices con otros que tienen el mismo propósito, resolviendo grandes problemas sociales y ambientales. Digo, deforestación, limpieza de océanos, bajar la pobreza, bajar la desigualdad, lo que ustedes se imaginen como vocación humana, ¿no es cierto? Esa es la primera característica. La segunda característica de estas empresas, que se llaman empresas B, es que ¿cómo vamos a ser empáticos con todos los seres humanos con los que una empresa se vincula? Los trabajadores, los clientes, los proveedores, los inversores, por supuesto, y por supuesto que las necesidades del planeta de corto y largo plazo. Para eso tenemos una herramienta que se llama evaluación del impacto B, que nos permite justamente medir el impacto y la creación de valor en todas estas áreas. Ahora, si conseguimos 80 puntos sobre 200, que en base a esta herramienta, que se los recomiendo porque es gratuita, está online y es confidencial, a partir de ese momento, uno empieza a sentir, ponerse en el zapato de los demás y saber cuánto está aportando, ¿no? A propósito, esta misma herramienta se usa también para poder identificar el aporte hacia los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible por parte de cualquier empresa. Y la tercera característica de este tipo de empresas, las empresas B, es que como queremos realmente ser no las mejores empresas en el mundo, ¿vieron esa lógica de ser los más grandes, ser los más ricos? No, es cómo podemos ser las mejores empresas para el mundo. Entonces, para eso hacemos otro cambio jurídico, por eso que es genético, que es equilibrar los intereses de corto y largo plazo de los accionistas con todos los otros grupos con los que una empresa está vinculado, ¿no es cierto? Trabajadores, clientes, todas las comunidades con las que nos relacionamos, el planeta, corto y largo plazo. Con esos 3 elementos genéticos, ya hay más de 3.500 de estas empresas en más de 70 países, en un montón de rubros, más de 70 rubros, y ya empiezan a, con su ejemplo, inspirar a otro tipo de empresas.
Muchísimas gracias, Pedro, y gracias también por tu gran entusiasmo. También nosotros estamos felices de compartir este espacio. Y Pedro, bueno, sabemos que justo nos explicas de esta nueva genética empresarial de las empresas con identidad B. Sin embargo, sabemos que también hay otros agentes que pertenecen a este llamado sistema B. ¿Nos puedes platicar un poco cómo surge este sistema, de dónde viene, cuál es su propósito? Por favor,
Sí,
me gustaría saber más.
Muchas gracias, Sara María. Mirá, ningún ser humano nace solo, ¿no es cierto? Nace en familia, nace en comunidad, nace en el ecosistema, nace en este misterioso rumbo maravilloso que se llama vida. Entonces, ¿cómo es posible que, si eso es la característica de los seres humanos, las organizaciones humanas no tengan esas características? Por eso, entonces, una empresa ve o no ve, pero todos los demás actores y personas de la sociedad en su mercado pueden realmente trabajar juntos. Entonces, las empresas B hacen su parte, pero después está lleno de otros empresarios que quieren ir en esa dirección y necesitan el ejemplo. Entonces se arman los grandes actores de mercado que empiezan también a medir...
Ahora me estoy viendo, vale, de acuerdo. Vale, pues está.
También, disculpen, ¿no? También parecería que los otros actores de mercado, ¿no? Las grandes empresas que empiezan a ir en esa dirección y anuncian ese camino, pero también los estados, en su carácter de actores de mercado, empiezan a comprar de otra manera. Entonces, por ejemplo, en nuestra parte del mundo ya tenemos las compras públicas de triple impacto que premian a las empresas que se van transformando. Y ustedes saben que el 20% del presupuesto de América Latina, por lo menos, pasa por del PIB, pasa por las compras públicas. Pero después tenemos toda la ciudadanía, con la opinión pública, todos, cada uno haciendo algo, ¿no? Entonces está la red de abogados, están las ciudades más B, está, digamos, las distintas redes de multiplicadores. ¿Por qué? Porque todos nosotros somos protagonistas de esta transición del sistema económico.
Muchísimas gracias, Pedro. Bienvenido, Juan Manuel. Te estábamos esperando con mucho gusto. Sabemos que hubo un pequeño problema técnico, pero estamos felices que estés con nosotros. Ya pudimos ver el video que nos presenta la Fundación Arizmendiarrieta. Entonces, nos gustaría que nos platicaras, por favor, un poco más sobre el modelo de negocios que ha desarrollado esta fundación.
De inclusivo participativo que nosotros estamos proponiendo tiene 4 ejes. El primer eje, que es quizá el más importante, habla de crear una cultura de cooperación, corresponsabilidad y preocupación por las personas. Esto no puede ser solamente algo retórico, sino que empieza por una política de transparencia informativa, con un compromiso de suministrar a los trabajadores una información sistemática, clara y entendible sobre las variables y políticas más importantes de la empresa. También es básico, la preocupación por las personas se traduce en que hay que poner en marcha planes habituales y sistemáticos de formación, con objetivos, en nuestro punto de vista, que no tienen que ser inferiores a 40 horas por persona y año, y con el objetivo de que llegue por lo menos al 80% de la plantilla. Y no decimos el 100%, ya que en la práctica se ha revelado casi imposible. También proponemos practicar políticas retributivas que no generen desigualdad. Y en ese sentido, sugerimos un abanico salarial del 1 al 6 para las pymes y, lo que es también muy importante, una participación en resultados en todas las empresas. También creemos que hay que poner en marcha sistemas bienales de evaluación y mejora continua de la satisfacción y necesidades de las personas de la empresa. Y también que estas personas sepan que en la medida de lo posible vamos a tener criterios de favorecer la promoción interna para asignar funciones de mayor responsabilidad. Así como también preocuparse por la igualdad salarial de la mujer y favorecer la conciliación familiar. Todo eso se refiere al primer eje. El segundo eje sería poner en práctica la recomendación de la 40º año y promover la participación de los trabajadores en la gestión, los resultados y la propiedad, que además de la participación en resultados que antes he comentado, incluiría sistemas de gestión participativos que contemplen consultar sistemáticamente con los representantes de los trabajadores las decisiones más relevantes de la empresa. Esto a algunos empresarios les suele asustar, pero nosotros solemos insistir en que consultar es en primer lugar escuchar y tener en cuenta las opiniones de los demás, lo cual siempre enriquece las decisiones. También nos atrevemos a proponer el que se incorpore algún representante de los trabajadores en alguno de los máximos órganos de decisión y control de la empresa, así como apoyar económicamente el acceso colectivo a la propiedad. Eso se refiere al segundo eje. El tercer eje se subraya la prioridad de las necesidades del proyecto colectivo sobre los intereses de cualquiera de los grupos de interés. En el dilema entre los intereses individuales y los intereses colectivos, prevalece los intereses colectivos. Esto se traduciría en priorizar estrategias de crecimiento que favorezcan la creación y mantenimiento de puestos de trabajo, desarrollar estímulos para mejorar a la vez la rentabilidad sobre fondos propios para los accionistas y la retribución global para los trabajadores, ¿Y cómo puede ser esto? En la medida en que establecemos una empresa que además de generar satisfacción es muy rentable, pues permite retribuir mejor tanto a los propietarios como a los trabajadores. Hay que preocuparse también del futuro, destinando al menos un 50% de los beneficios anuales a incrementar los fondos propios, así como destinar a actividades de I+D un porcentaje sobre ventas superior a la media del sector. Y para terminar, el cuarto eje busca tener en cuenta las necesidades de la comunidad en la que se inserta la empresa, que implica respetar y cumplir rigurosamente la legislación, especialmente la laboral, medioambiental y fiscal, así como destinar un porcentaje de los beneficios a actividades de responsabilidad social. Esos son básicamente los 4 ejes en que descansa nuestra propuesta.
Muchísimas gracias, Juan Manuel, muy interesante. Ana, adelante.
Gracias. Pues es muy interesante este tema de la Fundación porque ha logrado crear colaboración entre instituciones internacionales y proyectos sociales, ¿no? Entonces, la pregunta que me surge directamente es, por lo general en las instituciones o empresas internacionales lo que buscan es priorizan los aspectos productivos y económicos. Sin embargo, con la Fundación han podido crear un modelo de colaboración en las que también se revalorizan las relaciones humanas, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo han podido crear a través de esta cooperación los modelos de negocios sustentables que funcionen en empresas internacionales?
Bueno, pues aunque pueda ser paradójico, nuestra experiencia nos indica que son precisamente las empresas que están compitiendo en el mercado internacional las que más valoran el modelo inclusivo que estamos proponiendo, ¿no? Y la razón es clara. En este tipo de empresas los salarios son elevados y no pueden competir por costes en un mercado globalizado. Tienen que competir por calidad, innovación y servicio personalizado a clientes muy diversos y a veces muy exigentes. Pero para competir por calidad, las empresas tienen que conseguir que sus profesionales aporten no solo sus conocimientos técnicos, sino también otros aspectos personales más difíciles de conseguir, como su imaginación, su creatividad, su capacidad de trabajar en equipo, su empatía con los clientes, y esto exige una organización que se preocupe de verdad por las personas que en ella trabajan. Exige además contar con las personas para tomar las decisiones más importantes, porque son precisamente ellas las que tienen a veces la información crítica para las decisiones a tomar. El éxito de la empresa exige en esos casos compartir en cierto modo el poder, ya que es necesario contar permanentemente con los profesionales a los que hay que también motivarles dándoles una participación en los resultados e incluso ofrecerles una participación en la propiedad. En la práctica es la manera en que esas empresas que compiten en el mercado mundial puedan retener a las personas con más talento, que no solo requieren una remuneración adecuada, sino también tener oportunidad de desarrollar sus capacidades humanas, sus capacidades profesionales y participar de verdad en un proyecto con un propósito que ellos también compartan.
Muchas gracias, Juan Manuel, qué interesante. Y justamente en este tema, también a mí me gustaría hacerle una pregunta a María Elena, porque María Elena, sabemos que en el modelo de negocios que ustedes han trabajado y como principios también de la economía de comunión se han centrado mucho en la dignidad de la persona. Sin embargo, nosotros sabemos que en los modelos de negocio, pues hasta ahora más prevalentes, lo que se pone al centro son las utilidades económicas y eso es lo que normalmente rige la toma de decisiones. Entonces, nos gustaría saber cómo hacen ustedes, cómo practican ustedes poner a la persona y su dignidad al centro a la hora de tomar decisiones. ¿Cuál es el lugar que ocupan las utilidades económicas y cuál es el lugar de las personas que colaboran ahí?
Juan, ¿verdad? Y gracias a Pedro también. Una empresa debe ser rentable, debe generar negocios, ingresos. Debemos contar con planes estratégicos, indicadores de gestión que deben ser corregidos en el momento necesario, pero también debe dar al César lo que es del César y a Dios lo que es de Dios. Pero en el centro está la persona, la criatura superior de Dios. Debemos valorarla, velar por sus necesidades integrales, además del salario, respetarla, hacerla sentir digna, que sienta que puede dar. Y esta es la razón de ser de una empresa de economía de comunión. Es la presencia de Dios en el hermano, al que debemos servir y a través de ellos dejarnos amar por Dios. Carlos Franco y su mamá trabajan en Todo Brillo y en Coffee Shop. Vivían al costado de un pequeño arroyo y durante una tormenta el agua arrasó con toda la vivienda. Nos hicimos eco de su necesidad y le entregamos un aporte para reponer lo necesario. Pero como el amor genera amor, los clientes para quienes ellos trabajaban, también sabiendo el inconveniente, les donaron dinero, de manera que pudieron comprar una mejor casa con mejor infraestructura que lo que perdieron. Todos somos una familia, caminamos juntos en paz.
Perfecto. Me gusta mucho cómo hablas, María Elena, de cómo vamos todos caminando juntos, ¿no? Por lo general, las empresas, para que sean competitivas, tienen varias cualidades, como es la agilidad de respuesta, la flexibilidad en cambios y eficiencia en todas las tareas con las que se pueden cumplir. Pero Todo Brillo resalta por una cualidad más, que es la fraternidad. ¿Cómo siendo fraternos o cómo ser fraternos con sus propios funcionarios les ha permitido seguir siendo competitivos dentro del mercado?
Es una pregunta interesante. Yo creo que la fraternidad es nuestro rasgo humano más distintivo. Es sentir que el otro es mi hermano. ¿Y cuánto estoy dispuesta a servir, a amar a Jesús en el hermano? Jesús no existiría si no fuera por mis hermanos. Y a su vez aceptar y recibir lo que el otro me puede dar. En esa reciprocidad se genera Jesús en medio, que es la luz y nos marca el camino a seguir. Una empresa para la que trabajamos muchos años nos cambió por otra, por la competencia. Aquí me encontré con los ojos del dolor de Jesús en la cruz, con Jesús abandonado. Y amé esta pérdida. Perdí por amor a este cliente. Al poco tiempo me empezaron a llegar comentarios que extrañaban nuestro servicio. Y aparte de haber conseguido otros clientes nuevos, este comentario me hizo ver que nuestro amor no pasaba desapercibido y que mi amor por Jesús abandonado era fructífero. Chiara Lubitsch nos decía que el amor supere la actividad y el producto. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, María Elena. Transmites también todo este amor, toda esta pasión que te mueve a ser empresaria, a poder vivir esta realidad de fraternidad también en tu empresa. Muchísimas gracias. Ahora yo también tengo una pregunta para Pedro. Pedro, sabemos que, y también con esta gran pasión que nos compartías del sistema B y de esta nueva genética empresarial que justamente pone al centro el bien común, con todo lo que esto significa y toda la revolución que esto trae. Sabemos que tú eres inversor de 4 de estas empresas de identidad B y seguramente hay muchísimo también que nos podrías platicar. Nos gustaría mucho si nos puedes compartir también algunos de los resultados, al menos de una de estas empresas.
Muchísimas gracias. Miren, yo en este momento siento que hemos hecho mucho daño como proyecto humano en la Tierra. No solo tenemos que ser sustentables y dejar de generar daño, sino tenemos que reparar, tenemos que regenerar. Entonces yo personalmente pertenezco a ese mundo de ciudadanos que quisiéramos regenerar lo dañado. Entonces le voy a dar un ejemplo. Yo no sé si todo el mundo conoce lo que es la yerba mate. Definitivamente en la Patagonia, en Paraguay sí, y en el sur de Brasil y Argentina sí. También habrán visto que algunos de nosotros tomamos la yerba mate justamente en este mate. Bueno, esta empresa cuando fue creada, hace más o menos 25 años, había solamente 7.8% en pie de la selva misionera o mata atlántica o bosque atlántico en América del Sur, que solía ser el segundo ecosistema forestal lluvioso más grande de las Américas después del Amazonas. Entonces, el propósito por el cual nace esta empresa es justamente que se regenere el sistema de vida, que incluye tanto la vida planetaria como la vida de las comunidades que dependen del ecosistema. Entonces, ese es el propósito estatutario, es el propósito empresarial, y eso es lo que se prioriza, y eso es lo que se maximiza, eso es lo que se lleva a todos lados. Entonces, ¿cómo es el modelo de negocio? Se le paga entre 40 y 60% más el valor de mercado a los proveedores de comunidades indígenas y comunidades campesinas de Paraguay, Brasil y Argentina. Y con esa yerba mate que se cosecha del árbol en pie, que es una especie nativa, es un árbol de 12 a 15 metros de altura, esa hoja se convierte en el ingrediente de los productos de la empresa. La empresa, por supuesto, hace este tipo de yerba para los que consumen la yerba mate en crudo, digamos, ¿no? Y viene con todos los nutrientes del sistema de la naturaleza misma. Pero además, para lograr el propósito de la regeneración, produce otros productos que son las bebidas energéticas naturales, orgánicas, de comercio justo, alternativas al café, ¿no es cierto? Y las distribuye en miles de puntos de venta en Canadá, Estados Unidos y en Chile. Ahora, con este modelo de negocio, después de, en mi caso, ¿no?, pequeñísimo inversor, a mí me gusta la experiencia del inversor, después de 6 años, ¿cuáles son mis resultados como pequeño inversor? Más de 60.000 hectáreas regeneradas, donde había entrado el monocultivo, ahora volvió la selva, produciendo para la tierra, produciendo captura de carbono, produciendo control de crecidas, produciendo oxígeno, produciendo bienestar, pero más de 1.200 familias que vuelven a vivir juntos en comunidad con soberanía alimentaria, con títulos de la tierra, indígenas y campesinas, ¿no?, pero con sentido de protagonismo de que están creando un bien para el mundo y para la tierra. Solo un ejemplo, ya que tenemos a María Elena acá, que es del Paraguay. Solo un ejemplo, la comunidad H, Guayaquil, ahora con la pandemia, hizo una donación de 2.600 kilos de verduras y frutas orgánicas automáticamente a conocidos o no conocidos de las zonas ribereñas muy marginales de Asunción, en el puerto, afectadas siempre, ¿no? Entonces, ahí uno ve lo que significa esa fraternidad desde el mercado, ¿no es cierto? Bueno, sin embargo, si uno sigue con el propósito de que uno ha decidido que quiere seguir, y esto vale para cualquier tipo de empresa, uno no le alcanza lo que ya está logrando. Ustedes se preguntarán, ¿cómo es posible que esta empresa compita con Red Bull, ¿no?, y otras energéticas más químicas? Bueno, porque no asigna presupuesto a la publicidad. La publicidad se hace por comunicación de las personas que son los cómplices positivos por el mismo propósito. Son los consumidores, son ciudadanos comunes, ¿no? Y así se hace la publicidad, y por eso podemos competir. Hay más de 2.000 voluntarios que publicitan el propósito de, digamos, de esta empresa desde el mercado. Y dicen, si esto es posible, también nosotros podemos ser emprendedores de la regeneración de la vida. Hay bandas de música, que hay una plataforma que se llama Come to Life, Volvé a la Vida, y que los músicos son los que están impulsando el mismo propósito. Pero ustedes imagínense cómo a partir del propósito empieza a generarse cadenas de valor. Miren, como no habíamos logrado que la distribución bajara la huella de carbono, tuvimos que crear una nueva empresa que se llama Yerba Mate Company para la distribución. ¿Saben quiénes son los que manejan estos vehículos eléctricos y bivolts para la distribución? son expresidiarios que reciben la confianza de una empresa a decirle, por supuesto que van a tener tantas oportunidades como las necesarias hasta el final de la vida. Y ellos son los que entregan desde su ejemplo de regeneración, entregan los productos de la regeneración comunitaria y ecosistémica.
Muchísimas gracias, Pedro, por esta respuesta tan amplia y tan enriquecedora. Seguramente, como con cada uno de ustedes, podríamos seguir muchísimo tiempo por todo lo que tienen para compartir. Pero bueno, Anne, te dejo la palabra para...
Gracias. La verdad es que es muy interesante cómo Pedro lo plantea, ¿no? Porque se tienen que crear negocios más inclusivos, más éticos, especialmente en Latinoamérica, que vivimos mucho el tema de la corrupción en todos lados. Es muy importante que empiece en un lugar y me sorprende mucho estos modelos porque pueden o dan el ejemplo de cómo las empresas se comprometen primero con con las personas que trabajan ahí mismo, ¿no? Entonces, como crear esa confianza para que sea de ambas vías. Muchas veces a las empresas le cuesta crear esta relación porque esperan que den, pero no quieren dar de más. Esto me lleva a otra pregunta para ti, Juan Manuel, porque con estos modelos de cooperación entre empresas, ustedes han creado unos modelos más inclusivos y éticos, ¿no? ¿Cómo han logrado esta cooperación y cómo las empresas han querido participar dentro de estos modelos?
Bueno, ahí hay que referirse en primer lugar a la visión de Arizmendiarrieta, ¿no? Que él pensaba que la cooperación no tenía que quedarse exclusivamente en el ámbito de la empresa, sino que tenía un lema que era transformar la empresa para transformar la sociedad. Por lo que puso en marcha una serie de mecanismos de cooperación entre cooperativas que han posibilitado que empresas que en circunstancias normales hubieran desaparecido en alguna crisis coyuntural, sean hoy empresas de éxito a nivel mundial, incluso con plantillas en ocasiones superiores a las 5.000 personas. ¿Qué hizo? Pues en primer lugar suscitó la creación de fondos de solidaridad, a las que las empresas aportan entre el 10% y el 30% de sus beneficios. Estos fondos sirven tanto para soportar coyunturas desfavorables en empresas con futuro, como para promover nuevas actividades. Y después hay un intercambio sistemático de buenas prácticas en sistemas relacionados con la gestión financiera, la calidad, gestión de recursos humanos, lo que permite que empresas pequeñas cuenten con sistemas de gestión bastante más desarrollados, más propios de organizaciones de mayor tamaño, ¿no? Entonces, desde la Fundación, inspirándonos en esa práctica de las cooperativas, estamos colaborando con instituciones que promueven la cooperación entre empresas en distintas comarcas del País Vasco, así como organizando el intercambio de buenas prácticas entre las mismas. Entonces, un ejemplo muy significativo es el de Goierri Valley, que agrupa 44 empresas de distinto tamaño en una comarca de Guipúzcoa, organiza el intercambio de información de las empresas grandes hacia las pequeñas sobre los proyectos que tienen a largo plazo, lo que permite a las empresas pequeñas ir preparándose para competir con éxito para ser proveedores de las grandes, ¿no? Y ello ha permitido, por ejemplo, nuevas actividades, dado lugar a 24 proyectos que actualmente están facturando más de 20 millones de euros al año.
Sí, es muy interesante cómo empresas grandes, porque normalmente tiene la idea que las empresas globalizadas o las corporaciones multinacionales no toman en cuenta estos aspectos sociales, pero también creo que a nivel interno se han dado cuenta cómo tomar en cuenta a los colaboradores crea este compromiso y como bien dice Pedro, ellos mismos dan la publicidad, ¿no? Ya no hay que pagar extra para que la empresa siga funcionando. Y bueno, queríamos terminar con una pregunta del público, porque aquí todos nos están preguntando en diferentes idiomas. Es muy difícil escoger una pregunta, pero al final creo que quisiéramos saber un poquito más, Pedro, cómo las corporaciones o el sistema B puede cambiar el futuro.
Bueno, ante todo hay que ser muy humilde. Siempre hay que ser muy humilde, ¿no? Uno nunca es perfecto y nunca puede presentarse desde la perfección. La empresa B es el punto de partida para caminar en la dirección de algo misterioso, cómo vamos mejorando en todos nuestros aspectos, ¿no es cierto? Ahora, la empresa B sola tampoco puede hacer nada, no puede cambiar el futuro de todos. Entonces, es simplemente una nueva opción empresarial, una nueva identidad empresarial que permite a uno empezar a caminar en el sentido de otro sistema económico, ¿no es cierto? Ahora, colectivamente vamos viendo movidas impresionantes. Por ejemplo, pasa lo de Chile el 18 de octubre pasado, digamos, las manifestaciones masivas, y 3 empresarios B dicen, necesitamos reducir la brecha salarial, la desigualdad adentro de nuestras empresas. Esa pregunta, como les decía, en la evaluación del impacto B, es una de las tantas preguntas, ¿no? Que uno le inspira. Obvio que tenemos que reducir la desigualdad dentro de las mismas empresas. ¿No? Escuchando un poquito a Juan Manuel, es esa dirección. Ahora, ¿ellos qué propusieron? Le propusieron a cualquier empresa reducir al 10 veces, ¿no? Entonces, por eso se llama 10 por. Y entonces ahora son más de 1.500 empresas que han hecho esa acción. Yo no digo que ya con esa acción alcanza para cambiar el mundo, ¿no? O cambiar Chile, pero ya es una acción colectiva. De golpe, tenés las necesidades de equilibrar en 1.5 el aumento de la temperatura a nivel global, ¿no es cierto? Bueno, hay 500 empresas B el año pasado, más, ahora ya son más, que han hecho un compromiso público a lo largo de la próxima década que para el año 2030 sean carbono neutral. Por supuesto, hay otras que logran mucho más. Y de golpe vos tenés grandes empresarios, CEOs mejor dicho, por ejemplo, Emmanuel Faber ha nucleado, Emmanuel Faber, CEO del grupo Danone, que más del 43% de las empresas del grupo ya están, digamos, con ese punto de partida de empresa B, convocó a otras 18 grandes empresas multinacionales que en su conjunto significa 500.000 millones de dólares de facturación anual, han convocado para adoptar una misma política de compras a pequeños agricultores orgánicos y regenerativos. Entonces, uno va viendo cómo va transformándose y, por supuesto, para transformar el sistema económico hay 2 puntos de mutación clave. Los regímenes societarios, porque la gran mayoría de las empresas son sociedades de responsabilidad limitada, sociedades anónimas, esas se le agrega una nueva opción, que son las sociedades de beneficio e interés colectivo, pero que es una nueva opción jurídica. Otro punto de mutación del sistema es que vieron que después de 1929, de la crisis, se adoptó el sistema de contabilidad que hoy todos conocemos, que es solo orientado hacia el resultado financiero. Bueno, ¿qué pasaría si el sistema de contabilidad, después de esta gran crisis global, se convierte en una contabilidad de triple impacto? ¿No es cierto? Y medimos el valor integral. ¿Para qué? Para que todas esas externalidades sociales y ambientales se incorporen a los precios y al valor de una empresa.
Muchísimas gracias, Pedro. Y justamente ya nos acercamos al cierre de nuestra sesión. Así que, bueno, para ir concluyendo, yo les preguntaría a cada uno de ustedes, ¿qué les dirían a todos los que estamos en este mundo? Estamos reunidos literalmente personas de todo el mundo y creo que esto es algo muy grande. Estamos reunidos de todo el mundo, justamente personas que queremos hacer algo diferente por la economía, que queremos y ya estamos viviendo una economía diferente. Entonces, con una sola frase, ¿qué mensaje darían a todos los jóvenes de Economía de Francisco?
Pues yo diría que peleen y se preocupen por el desarrollo de las personas que están en la empresa. Preocupándose por ese desarrollo, conseguirán éxito empresarial.
Juan Pablo II había dicho a una reunión de jóvenes, ¿verdad? Vivan como los arbolitos, solo con lo necesario. Gracias.
A todos los panelistas y los participantes en este panel. Amin.
Here we are together again. These talks really takes us into the world. languages, faces, themes, and insights. But now, we are going to another important place for St. Francis and his first companions.
Here we are in the Upper Basilica. Giotto's life of Saint Francis fresco dominates us and silently speaks to us. Amazed by the infinite beauty of these 28 scenes, we look back at Francis's life. Yet there's one piece gone missing. Rivo Torto, Francis kissing the leper. One of the most subversive kisses of the European Middle Age. The poor are rejected by history and by the telling of that same story. The first form of poverty experienced by the poor is narrative poverty. Going unnoticed, being forsaken, the lack of storytelling. Yet, that one episode was for Francis a fundamental episode.
At the foot of Mount Suvasio, there is Rivo Torto, which was born around the leper colony where Francis treated the sick. The place where Francis met and kissed the leper is located along the oldest road that connects Assisi with Rivo Torto. Francis, a true lover of perfect humility, goes among the lepers and lives with them, to serve them in every need for God's sake. He washes their bodies and heals their wounds, as he says in his testament, "When I was in my sins, it seemed too bitter to see lepers." Indeed, the sight of lepers was so unbearable that as soon as he saw their shelters 2 miles away, he would hold his nose with his hands. But here is what happened. At a time when he had already begun to have holy and sound thoughts by the grace and virtue of the Most High, while he was still living in the world, one day a leper appeared before him. He did violence to himself. He approached him and kissed him.
Not everyone chooses Madonna Povertà, but only Francis and those like him who know that typical joy of true and non-ideological poverty. That cosmic fraternity, that canticle of creatures, that absolute freedom, those kisses to the mouth and hands of lepers. The perfect joy only comes from those who know and live in a different kingdom. It is the family of the poor of the earth, where the ones who have become poor by choice feel like brothers and sisters of those without choice. Poor by choice next to those who are just poor, all close to one another. It is not a feeling, it's a way of being, a lifestyle. It's heaven on earth. Francis walked alongside with the poor, those left behind, rejected, the sick, the last ones. Francis's fraternity is always partial and partisan because he's on the side of the victims. It's not the fraternity of neighbors, it's not the fraternity of equals, it's not a simple fraternity. It is an unlikely fraternity and sorority. It's very difficult to talk about this poverty and fraternity. Only some artists and writers have been able to do it.
Monsieur le curé, dit l'homme, vous êtes bon, vous ne me méprisez pas, vous me recevez chez vous, vous allumez vos cierges pour moi. Je ne vous ai pourtant pas caché d'où je viens et que je suis un homme malheureux. L'évêque, assis près de lui, lui toucha doucement la main. Vous pouviez ne pas me dire qui vous étiez. Ce n'est pas ici ma maison, c'est la maison de Jésus-Christ. Cette porte ne demande pas à celui qui entre s'il a un nom, mais s'il a une douleur. Vous souffrez, vous avez faim et soif. Soyez les bienvenus. Et ne me remerciez pas. Ne me dites pas que je vous reçois chez moi. Personne n'est ici chez soi, excepté celui qui a besoin d'un asile. Je vous le dis à vous qui passez. Vous êtes ici, chez vous, plus que moi-même. Tout ce qui est ici est à vous. Qu'ai-je besoin de savoir votre nom? D'ailleurs, avant que vous me le disiez, vous en avez un que je savais. L'homme ouvrit des yeux étonnés. Vrai? Vous saviez comment je m'appelle? Oui, répondit l'évêque. Vous vous appelez mon frère.
once in my life. It's gonna feel real good. You're gonna make a difference, gonna make it right. I see the kids in the street with not enough to read. Who am I to be blind, pretending not to see their needs? They follow each other on the wind, you know, 'cause they got nowhere to go. That's why I want you to know I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. And no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. Na, 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 na.
The first and root problem of those who write, legislate, and deal with poverty is incompetence. Common sense and goodwill are not enough, and indeed often produce a lot of damage. Instead, we must do everything we can, especially with the respectful and valued friendship of the people we would like to help to study and acquire the skills that are needed. Even with poverty, the principle of subsidiarity remains valid. Baden-Powell, when faced with a problem that concerned children, said, "Ask the boy." We should say, "Ask the poor," because the first resources to get out of traps of misery are held by the people inside these traps. Those who come from outside can only help to bring out and strengthen those resources. There is no friendship truer and greater than that shared among the poor, especially when among those who chose poverty and those who have only suffered it. For when this friendship is triggered, the real processes of liberation begin. And if we here today have gathered to build Francis's economy, we must have known this poverty at least once. When, even if we weren't poor, we had felt the deep desire to become so. And sometimes we have succeeded, like Francis.
My name is Shazib M. Khairul Islam. I'm an Obama Foundation scholar and founder and managing director of YY Ventures Limited. We're a social business company created in Bangladesh in collaboration with Nobel Peace Prize winner Professor Mohammad Yunus. In 2016, we started our very first initiative to create our own jobs, to make sure that we are able to pay our bills. Not just to make money or have a career for us, but also we saw problems. For example, in Bangladesh today, there are 39 million people who doesn't have access to clean drinking water. More than 40% of our graduate students doesn't get a job in the first couple of years after their university or college. These are unacceptable for us. We wanted to make sure that our generation of young people gets the support that they need while they want to create their own jobs, which means by doing their own businesses. In the past 4 years, our incubator YY Goshti has supported 50 plus social entrepreneurs in Bangladesh who have improved the lives of 100,000 Bangladeshis. And this is where we think we are just getting started. And at our company today, we build, accelerate, and invest in socially and environmentally conscious entrepreneurs. When we say build, we are building Impact Hub Dhaka, which is a global network of social entrepreneurs. It's a co-working and community space that supports 50 plus entrepreneurs here. We are building Shishir Water, a clean drinking water solution that delivers clean water in Bangladeshi low-income communities where people can purchase a liter of safe and pure drinking water with less than 0.06 cents. It sounds crazy, but this is what we want to do. When we say accelerate, every year in just our country, we accelerate 30 socially conscious entrepreneurs who are making sure that our girls and women are safe. Our farmers have a better market price. Our tourism industry can thrive while travelers from around the world can come and visit our country while they make sure our communities gets a better price for everything that Bangladesh has to offer. When we say invest, we have invested in some super early stage businesses that are fighting poverty, unemployment, or carbon emission. And every month we try to connect with like-minded individuals, not just in our country, but across the globe, to learn from them, to share our experiences, and to make sure that we all can work together to create a world of 3 zeros, with zero poverty, zero unemployment, and zero net carbon emission. While growing up in Bangladesh, the problems that we saw, we do not want our next generation to the same problems. We think our generation has the capacity and scope and also the opportunity to solve them, to create a better world for us and for the generations to come.
Praise be to you, my Lord, through our sister Mother Earth, who sustains and governs us, and who produces various fruits with colored flowers and herbs. We have come to see ourselves as her lords and masters, entitled to plunder her at will. This is why the earth herself, burdened and laid waste, is among the most abandoned and maltreated of our poor.
Le note dell'ouverture sono armonia, sommesso giubilo di passi e cascate, danza di immersioni e voli nel giardino bello di creazione. L'opera ottava proprio da lì discende. Della prima e della nuova creazione conserva le note. Nel sottofondo ritornano all'unica primordiale melodia. Madre Terra non nasce come natura, da sé. Sua attività risponde al Creatore. Rembo partoriente, figli di vita vera, suolo sacro, porta l'impronta del dito e di suo sangue. Ma noi vediamo altra discesa, suo marchio è il degrado. Il mondo accasciato in un angolo, sotto gli occhi dei passanti, è barbone disprezzato, più di ogni altro, su cui tutti sputano, senza preoccupazione alcuna di essere ricambiati. Ghetto in cui ognuno scarica immondizia e rabbia, a lungo andare, tra breve, esploderà. Nella discesa rotola con matematica puntualità pure la dignità. Parole e gesti che dalla fogna escono e insozzano tutto senza pietà. Nell'intreccio di capelli e code si confonde l'uomo con la bestia e invisibili polveri sottili deturpano la salita nella scala evolutiva. Da liberi che eravamo ci leghiamo alla coda e torniamo a strisciare, pur chiamati al volo. Intanto il barbone giace dimenticato, come non fosse creatura egli stesso. Dimenticanza che trascina giù tutto e tutti in una valanga inarrestabile. Ad un certo punto si fa chiaro il richiamo. Note che riportano all'unico canto. Intreccio diverso origina infinite melodie sull'eterno pentagramma. 7 note, solo 7, ma fantasia divina non esaurirà mai. Esiste l'ottava. La mano destra segue la chiave corporale, la sinistra quella dello spirito. Con l'ottava nota l'armonia si completa e il terreno umano gemere si trasforma in gioia di creazione nuova. Giardino bello di resurrezione, bellezza senza fine. Amico, non passare oltre, fermati e fascia le ferite di questa povera vecchia madre terra, abbandonata senza cure al suo tumore. Il tuo domani è legato al suo e allo straniero. Non passare oltre, fermati. Nessun altro suonerà al posto tuo il miracolo della tua opera ottava.
We are really sorry. I think we have some technical problems that the video was not so clear. But even though, we are about to end our first day together with a nice surprise that comes straight from the UK. But before, we would like to remind you that we support the campaign I Stand with Pope Francis. The petition is support of Pope Francis' September prayer message promoted by Global Catholic Climate Movement. Thank you. Thanks for your contribution, and now we'll leave you with the Return of the Little Prince, following the footsteps of Antoine de Saint-Exupéry by Paul Gates-Hill and Sarah Finch. See you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Assisi time for our second day of Economy of Francesco. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Do you remember the last time the little prince came to Earth? He left his beloved tiny planet and its 3 volcanoes, 1 extinct and 2 active, in order to save his friend, the rose.
I suppose I am to blame for his return. You see, I had drawn a muzzle for his sheep to stop it eating the rose. But it was faulty. I had not drawn the straps to keep it in place. You see, I was enchanted. I was under the spell of my little prince.
Can you draw me a new muzzle?
I'm worried that the sheep will eat my rose. My dear friend the pilot drew me one, but without any straps. Have you seen him? He didn't draw it properly, and the muzzle keeps falling off, and now I'm sure my rose will be eaten. Have you seen my friend? I need to find him so he can draw me a better muzzle.
Can't you see that I'm very, very busy?
What's that you're wearing? It's a muzzle. Why are you wearing a muzzle? Are you a sheep? Where did you get it? Can I borrow it for my sheep? Please. I'll give it back the next time I return to Earth. Oh, it's not a very sturdy muzzle, so perhaps you could draw me a new one?
I have no time for drawing. Time is money.
Is it? I thought that time was for watching the sun rise and set. And for caring for my rose and my volcanoes.
No time for slacking. Every second counts. I earn hundreds of thousands of pounds an hour buying and selling commodities.
And what do you do with your money? Do you share it with your friends?
Share it? Share it? Are you mad? I don't even have time to spend it. It's all I can do is find enough hours in the day to turn my £100,000 fund into a multi-million-pound portfolio. Oh, good grief. My screen it's a sea of red. My shares are in free fall. This pandemic has ruined me. I'm ruined. I'm ruined. I'm ruined.
Huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you draw me a muzzle for my sheep?
Hmm.
Who are you talking to? Perhaps your friend can draw me a muzzle. You're wearing a muzzle too. Why are you all wearing muzzles?
Sorry?
Why are you all wearing a muzzle? Can I have it for my sheep?
What?
I'm worried about my rose.
Better go, Simon. I've got a right crackpot here. Yeah. You should see what it's wearing. Could be from another planet. Yeah. Later. Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you were saying. Something about a rose? You know, you really should be wearing a mask. Anyway, what was that about a rose? Have you tried? Oh, these phones are amazing. Here we are. The trouble with roses. Frequently asked questions. You see, with modern technology, I have the whole world at my fingertips. It's all about communications. Communications. I mean, with communications, who needs people? Weird or what?
If only the poor woman knew. Her precious phone is so last year. It will be obsolete by the summer. Conned again by a consumerist throwaway society.
Bloody, 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 blah. Yes, bloody, 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 blah. Bloody, bloody, blah. Vote for me and I will ensure that bloody, 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 blah. In fact, bloody, 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 blah. The opposition, of course, will tell you that it's more about bloody, 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 blah, but they're wrong. It's more about bloody, 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 blah.
Excuse me. You're not actually saying anything.
I'm a politician.
You're just making strange noises.
Oh, bloody, bloody, bloody you. Anyway, you got vote for me and I will ensure that bloody, 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 blah. In fact, bloody, bloody, bloody,
What's that? Volcanoes. Volcanoes. I have 3 volcanoes on my planet. 2 are alive and the other is sleeping. Oh, I wonder how they are. I do hope they haven't erupted and killed my dear Rose.
For as long as anyone can remember, is the battle of dog versus sheep.
Perhaps I should get a dog instead of a muzzle for my sheep. Oh dear. I do hope the sheep hasn't eaten my Rose. What's this?
War, famine.
Where are they all going? They look so tired and frightened. And there are women and children.
This is war, my friend. We never learn. History keeps repeating itself. Nation against nation, tribe against tribe, family against family. Peace will never reign until there is equality and justice.
Fact. The 26 richest people on this earth have the same net worth as the poorest half of the world's population. 3.8 billion people.
Until there is a fairer distribution of resources, there will always be war and famine and injustice. You'd think this pandemic would have made us stop to think, to reflect on where we're going, to make the world better for everyone, not just the privileged.
Grown-ups certainly are very odd. I wish I was with my dear friend the fox. I tamed her, but she also tamed me. That is the way of love. She looked me in the eye when we spoke. She listened to me as if I was the only one that mattered. And she told me her secret. It is only with the heart one can see rightly. What is essential is invisible to the eye. Dear fox, you would know someone who could draw me a muzzle.
Eventually, the little prince finally finds his friend, the fox, and what a joyous celebration that was.
It's so good to see you, my dear little prince. I have something for you to celebrate.
What is it?
It's a gift.
And what do I do with it?
Eat it, of course.
Thank you. Dear friend, there is something I need to talk about. The man called it war. And there were women and children, and there was fear and death. He said, peace can only reign where there is equality and justice. I have seen your earth from above. It is the most beautiful of planets. It is like a jewel of many colours. But there is killing and war here. How can that be?
Yes, it's true. The man was right. Humans are forever at war. When one war ends, another takes its place. It makes no sense. War is not an adventure. It is a disease.
I have travelled from planet to planet. I have seen foolish people filled with their own self-importance and greed. But I've never seen anything like this. War. Where people kill one another of their own species. Why can't people see? They are killing one another because of differences. Different coloured skin, different ways of doing things, different beliefs. Differences make me smile. Each of my volcanoes is different, but I love each one the same. Sometimes my Rose is very conceited, but I still love her dearly. You and I are of different species, but we've tamed one another. I have come to a decision, Fox. I came back to the earth because I was worried about my Rose. But now, I am more worried about the earth. I'm going to stay, at least for a while. What can we do to help people understand that war is not the answer? If we cherish one another, we'll learn to share.
You with your gold.
And you with your pearls.
And the man with the old straw hat.
And the diamonds in his eyes.
Think of the treasure.
We can be for one another.
Think of the riches.
When we learn to share.
You with your pipe.
And you with your strings.
Think of the music
that our lives would bring.
When we learn to share.
You with your gold, and me with my pearls, and the man with the old straw hat, and the diamonds in his eyes. Ah, think of the treasure we could be for each other. Think of the riches when we learn to share. When we learn to share.